Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
What's up, my dudes? Oh, the day's finally come. The day of reckoning. PTR 2.0.2.0.2.0 V2. We're finally able to test out some dungeons. Exciting stuff. Actually, pretty exciting. So what is the plan? Well, the plan is exactly that. We're going to be testing out some dungeons, testing out Shadowpan, testing out Conduit, just having a mess around, really. Just chilling, just vibing. Hopefully YouTube's working today. Funny story. So yesterday I streamed, and I think I just forgot to press go live on YouTube. Pretty weird, actually. So then, like, I finished the stream and I looked over at the YouTube one, and it was like, "Do you want to go live?" And I pressed the button, and then it just started streaming for 4 seconds. Oh my god, I was really like confused. I was like, "Oh my god, there's no way this happened." So I think YouTube's working today. Pretty important because where the VODs usually. Well, I start doing VODs on Twitch. I probably put the Twitch VODs on for PTR and stuff, but it's usually as well where I can like put the actual my main VOD source, right? So kind of funny, kind of cringe. Yeah. Oh boy, exciting stuff. It's kind of like a reunion of when I started streaming as well. My first stream ever was a PTR stream with the new dungeon for the War Within Season 2. Wow, it's been a while. I think that was all the way back in January, right? What are we in now? Like, June? Oh my god. Time flies when you're having fun. Yeah. PTR! Hell yeah, Slide. PTR time. So, before we get into some dungeons and stuff, well, I say some dungeons, the dungeon, the only dungeon they have available is Echo Dome Aldrani, fucking, I have no idea. Let's actually take a look at what this dungeon actually is, because I've looked into it not at all. I thought I'd just do it all on stream. We'll learn it all together. So it's called Eco Dome Aldani, and there are 3 bosses, which is kind of chill, right? 3-boss dungeon, kind of like Rookery, I suppose. Not too many bosses, which means it strikes me as maybe the sort of dungeon that's a little bit shorter, potentially. Makes sense to have a look at the map. So, okay, let's move on to the big screen as well, so we can actually see this in full HD graphics. So it looks like we spawn over here. This looks like the entrance, right? And then there's a boss inside the dome. There's a boss inside this tiny bit of the dome, and it looks like there's a boss on the outside. So this dude is called Tabat and Awaj. Fuck, oh my god. I'm just gonna call them Bass and Hour. So this is Bass and Hour. I imagine they're probably the first boss you take out, right? I don't actually know how it works, but I imagine you probably have to defeat them to go through these things. I guess we'll find out. Then we have, oh my god, can they have normal names? Azhikar? Actually, that's not too bad. They have Azhikar, so we'll call him Kar. So we have Kar, Bat, and Awa. And then we have Soul Scribe. Okay, that one's easier. Yeah, Soul Scribe's pretty chill. So 3 bosses, and interestingly enough, this is set after the raid. Because I did watch the like 11.2 intro trailer thing, and they were talking about this dungeon, and like lore-wise, this is set after we won. So I don't know if it contains spoilers. I don't quite know. I'm going to be told that like we won or we lost or something in here. That'd be pretty weird, right? If like you do the dungeon on day 1 and you already know how the raid ends before it starts. But I think that's like canonically this is set after the raid. So first of all, it looks kind of cool, right? It doesn't look too big. This area looks kind of massive, actually. This area looks like it's as big as the first 2 areas. This looks tiny, right? So it looks like most of the trash looks like it's going to be here and maybe here. And then this looks like you just walk in, maybe kill something, and then you're fighting this dude. It looks kind of cool. It looks like a small one. I don't mind small dungeons. Pretty fast-paced. 3 bosses as well, so less mechanics to learn. Kind of nice, kind of nice. It's colourful. Good start. Yeah, it's got a bit of colour. We got the Ecodome itself, I suppose, and then we got Barren Wasteland Ecodome, and then we've got Barren Wasteland. So I think it's probably colorful inside of here, and then like over here, it's like desolate. When's raid testing? Is that tomorrow? Yeah, raid testing starts tomorrow, and that'll be, I want to say like 8 p.m. I think they open, and it's the first 3 heroic bosses. And then on Friday, we have the last 5? No, that doesn't sound right. I think it's the first 4 heroic bosses tomorrow then. No, 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 no. I'm correct. It's the first 3 tomorrow, and then the 4 the next day on the Friday. Because it isn't the last boss, right? Because you're not allowed to do testing of that. So Friday will be like 4 hours, because each boss you're giving 1 hour, except for normal. From the sounds of it, normal sounds like you're allowed to just go in there and fuck about. So we're gonna do that on Sunday. So yeah, raid testing's all over the weekend, I suppose, tomorrow and the weekend. Not Saturday though. I ain't here on Saturday. How's Windwalker feeling in 11.2 in comparison to the other classes, my guy? Well, all I've done so far is set some target dummies, and it's pretty hard to get a feel of how something is on target dummies. And to be honest with you, I don't really know how other classes feel. I can only really compare it to how I think Windwalker feels. And from hitting these dummies, it feels good. I think they've ironed out some of the kinks with both hero talents. I do go on about it a lot, but like basically, Shadowpan has good sustain, pretty bad burst. Conduit has really good burst, pretty meh sustain. Well, what they've done is they've kind of said, okay, we see you, we understand the issues with these hero talents, so we're going to give Shadowpan some burst, and we're going to give Conduit some sustain. So I don't know how that will correlate into the actual live game, but that's a good thing. We like that. I'm a huge fan of this, because it means that like you know when you're playing Conduit in a raid and you get your burst and you're like, oh my god, I'm pumping, and then as the fight progresses, you just watch your damage go down the meters, down the meters, down the meters. Then 1 minute 30, you shoot back up again, and then down, and then 3 minutes, you shoot back up again. Hopefully it won't be too bad, because they're kind of like ironing out that kink of you're gonna have good cooldown reduction outside of it, so you're gonna be able to get a lot of damage in outside of that, and then your burst is even more burstier. I don't know how bursty it will be when it goes to live. I think there will be some tuning to it, but it's good. And then Shadowpan, it's hard because Shadowpan's not really tested in the raid, or not run too much in the raid. I ran it a few times. I think Shadowpan could potentially be good for the raid, but I think it might shine more in M+, because it was good in M+, right? Like the sustained damage was good across an entire dungeon, but the burst damage, like getting some more burst damage is really what it needs. You ever play Shadowpan and pop your like 1 minute 30s or 2 minutes, whichever version you're playing, you kind of like, the damage isn't that good, right? It's kind of about the same as what I'm doing outside of my burst window. I suppose, alright, well, I'll just put my CDs on cooldown. There's no point really holding them for anything. They don't do that much. Well, that's going to change. Your burst windows of Shadowpan now are going to be burst windows. Like, genuine, like, huge amount of damage. And it all comes down to flurry strikes. So it's really exciting. And a dungeon's, like, the real place to actually get this all tested out and see how it plays out in actuality. So that's a good start. I'm glad we finally got a dungeon. There's some tech I heard where you can proc double flurry strikes with the tier set now. Yes. Oh, okay. I have a video. I showed this video yesterday, but it was like really late into the stream. To kind of like demonstrate Shadowpan for all of you, to show you like just the damage it can actually do and how it plays out. I took like, this is like the perfect scenario situation burst window for Shadowpan, in my opinion. Could change, could not be optimal, but it's a good reference. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. All right. Oh, spoilers. We don't want spoilers. So I'll walk through what's going on in this scene real quickly. So I'm starting at 120 energy. Now there's some debate that 180 energy spent is how you want to start off. I'm kind of disagreeing with it. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I just don't understand why you'd go to 180 energy. I feel like the idea behind 180 energy is that you then start off with 60 energy on your next cycle. But you do that anyway with 120. I don't know if there's something like I'm massively missing here, and it could easily be that. But just from testing, I think 120 is fine to go in with. It could be 180, which is fine as well. It just means a little bit more setup, but I genuinely think 120 is fine right now. Could be easily wrong, could be stupid me, but whatever. And we're starting on the Shadow cycle. So this is quite important. Shadow Wisdom of the Wall buff is the one that does uncapped AoE damage to all targets around you when you proc a Flurry Strikes. So this is like the optimum start to a trash pack, I suppose you could say. Like, she's not always going to get Shadow every time, but if you get Shadow as your first proc, every single Flurry Strikes after that is going to be Shadow. You could get Shadow as your fourth one, a bit unlucky, but you'll still do damage. But I think Shadow is number 1. It's going to be insane. So this is just me rolling my crib, going up to the dummies. Now, bear in mind, 4 dummies. That's all we've got here. 4 targets. Flurry Strikes is going to scale better with more targets. Plus, 5 targets is better anyway for us. And then pushing more targets, we're going to get more damage out. So just bear that in mind. It's not a high target cap here. This is just 4 enemies. So I'm going to open with Zuin and Storm, Earth, and Fire. Oh boy, subscription. Hold up. Everybody chill. Thank you. Oh my god, I don't know how to pronounce that. I should listen to my bot. Kolele. Oh my god. 3 months in a row and I can't even remember. I'm really sorry. But thank you so much. That's really kind of you. I'm going to call you Kololol. Yeah, Kololol. Sounds great. No, but so thank you so much. Would I recommend Flurry Strikes over Conduit for Muggsy? I think Conduit just still plays better, because the fight's gotten a lot shorter, so I think you still value the high burst. Like, I played Shadowpan once or twice on Muggsy, but I think it's just a little bit... It's weaker in the raid overall, right? And I feel like, because the fight length has gotten shorter because of all these pushes and these new strats, and every week someone comes up with a new Muggsy strat on how you're going to push the boss. I mean, I'm currently at the point where we Bloodlust on pull, or sometimes don't even Bloodlust on pull, and we phase him before the second jail set. Like, it's insane how fast you push this boss. And that favors Conduit in a way, because Conduit, I feel, it has less sustained damage, so throughout the fight you'll tend to, like, lose damage a lot more than Shadowpan, but if the fight's shorter, and you get good burst windows, you're going to overall be better. And I think the fight just kind of lines up nicely with Conduit anyway, just the windows. Like, usually I'm able to send Conduit on pull, Conduit on about 1 minute 40, Conduit just as you phase the boss or during the intermission at the start, and then one final Conduit by the end. I just think it plays out better. I think Conduit burst is just good. More boss damage as well, which is probably what you want if you are progging. Can I show talents? I can, I will. I'm just going through this video real quickly. Just to demonstrate Shadowpan, because this was like the perfect setup, and to try to do this on a dummy is pretty difficult. So imagine you've done your setup. So in my mind, the setup for Shadowpan is going to be something along the lines of Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm. Alternatively, potentially Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, go. So we're going to go under the pretense that all I've done is Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm to get to 120, and we're going to get lucky here, quotation marks lucky, I haven't preset this up, and we're going to get Shadow first. So this is important, so I'm going to stop it here with all the visuals. So, yeah, okay, that kind of looks scuffed. Hold on, okay, there we go. It no longer looks horrible. Do you see all those pixels? Okay, so, yes, you are correct. With the new tier set, the moment you pop Storm, Earth, and Fire, your next attack is going to shoot out Flurry Strikes. And this doesn't share the same charge with your actual Flurry Strikes, right? So no matter what energy you're on, doesn't matter. Your next attack will always send out a Flurry Strikes. So, the way I've been doing it is I pop everything. I pop this new massive trinket that's available that gives you 45,000 agility, by the way. Pretty overpowered. And then I send out Strike of the Windlord. I use Strike of the Windlord as my activator for my attack that is going to send out my free Flurry Strikes. And then at the same time, I send out a Tiger Palm. And so by doing this, I essentially have hit 2 full stacks of Flurry Strikes instantly. So now I'm at 20 stacks against all odds. And this is the mini game we're going to be playing as Shadowpan now during our burst windows. Let me get it to 20. So now it's on 20, yeah? So this is really important. In your burst windows, you want to always keep this at 20. How do you do that? Well, every time you expend Flurry Strikes, the cooldown resets. So you send out the double stack Flurry Strike to get it to 20, and then every 5 seconds after that, you need to reset it. You need to keep the cycle going. Reset it, because it gives you 20% agility. On top of all the agility you already have from like your trinket or your pot or whatever. So it's really important you kind of play this mini game where you're constantly getting Flurry Strikes out every 5 seconds. And then I ran Slicing Winds as well. I think Slicing Winds is good for Shadowpan. But importantly, what I'm going to show, it's the damage here. This is 4 targets, right? Shadowpan is not known for its burst damage, right? If you've ever run a dungeon as Shadowpan and you've done like Cinderbrew as Shadowpan, or you've run Floodgate as Shadowpan, you know straight away that your burst damage at the start of the fight is fucking trash, right? We've already hit 18 million damage. We're on 4 targets. 18 million damage right off the bat, and we're going to stay there. We stay at 18 million. It goes down to 16, 15, but then you proc Flurry Strikes, you do a bit more stuff, and it pumps back up to 18 million, and you just sat around the 18, 17, 16 million mark for a long time here, because you're just expending Flurry Strike after Flurry Strike after Flurry Strike. This is 4 targets. like I can't understate like how few targets this actually is, because Flurry Strikes will only get stronger the more targets there are, and this is predominantly all Flurry Strike damage. So the more targets, the more damage you're going to do with the Shadow one, and that's why proccing Shadow I think is really important first. It's not like make or break, but the difference in damage is going to be dramatic. And then you can see like for this entire process, all I'm doing is I'm keeping up these 20 stacks here. So it's about to drop off. I build it back up to 5 again. I know I need to send out 2 more Tiger Palms. It might drop off here because okay, so it drops off here just because we finished our Storm, Earth, and Fire window. But my point is like the burst is insane. This is like completely different from season 2. It's really cool, really cool. And that's how you basically play it. I think what I've been trying out is I've been trying to play Shadowpan as 2 minutes where I send both Storm, Earth, and Fires out. Both Storm, Earth, and Fires out at the same time to try to take advantage of like the continuous agility 20 stack, right? I don't know if that's the play. I don't know if you're meant to just send out 1. I don't know. It's early days, but it's just kind of the idea that I'm trying to show is that it has huge burst potential. I'm going to see this in the dungeons. But yeah, I thought that was worth going over. Damn, it was like my videos are stuck, but you have a No. It was just me. Did you play Windwalker back in MOP? I didn't play MOP. I started in WOD. Potentially, I might play MOP. The issue is, it depends when it comes out, right? Because if it comes out around the time of when the new raid's out and stuff, I'm really not going to have much time. I don't know when the release date is, and how much prep I'm going to have to do before the raid and stuff, because once the raid comes out, or in the new season, that is all I can do. That's all I'm allowed to do. Well, I'm kind of over-exaggerating. It's all I want to do as well. Dungeons, raid, planning, prep, just pushing as far as I can to the raid. So that's the goal. If MOP comes out next month, potentially I'll play some MOP. But if it comes out in August, there's like maybe not that much time to do it. But we'll see. I would like to play Windwalker and MOP and see what it's like, because I've never experienced it. I just like this tier with close to 3-minute single target DPS. They nerfed us, and then boom, Devovoke is like 3.1 million. Great balance, Blizzard. Yeah. I mean, I've just been watching Windwalker in the raid every week, and we started off top, right, and then they hit us with a 4% damage nerf, and that honestly wasn't too bad. That still kept us at the top. But if you've watched like raid damage as the weeks have gone by, we've just dropped down. I think we're in the bottom half now of all DPS specs across the board. Basically, we haven't scaled very well. So, and that's kind of the problem we've always had, right? Is that, and that was predominantly to do with secondary stats. When we were crit versatility at the start of an expansion, we'd always do so much and we'd fall off. So I guess our scaling's just not been too great. We've just kind of dropped down the board. But hopefully, with like the new tier, we are back at the top again. I can see it. I see it, World. Will you this time put all mythic bosses in order? I'll try, Verkle. I'll try. I mean, what I'm going to try to do is, from the PTR testing as well, put out like some small videos or whatever, nothing like crazy. No, there won't be guides or anything, just thoughts on the bosses, potentially maybe how you can play it as Windwalker. Obviously, it's all PTR, right? But I will try. Got to understand, like, I'm like raiding like how many hours a day, like almost every day. We have like days off here and there, and then like trying to like video edit it on top of that. Oh my god! And then I also have to like be doing M+ to try get gear, and it's just a lot. It's a lot. And also Muggsy gave me PTSD. It scarred me. I didn't want to ever see that boss again. Can you show off the new tier set armor visuals in a bit? I can do that right now. This is what this is basically what the tier set looks like. There's no rope though. This rope comes from the old legs that I'm wearing, because I'm wearing crafted legs. So imagine, or I can probably do you one better actually. We'll go photo mode, so it's all bright and nice. All bright and nice. So imagine the rope's not here. This is basically what it looks like. We can do a little spin. Ooh. This cape is horrible, by the way. I don't know why they make capes with like the middle missing, but sure. Pretty much everything is the new tier set except the legs and the boots. The boots are the new boots that you want from Raid, though, and they kind of match. These are the... Are they? Yes, I'm pretty sure these are the special ones. And they actually kind of fit our Mog, which is kind of cool. So this is more or less what the character's going to look like with the new tier set. I don't think it's too bad. I think it looked awful when I looked at it on Wowhead. I don't think it's like S tier. I'm not saying it's like the best. It's not the best visual I've ever seen, but it's not like... It's not horrendous, right? It's just kind of generic. Should we just say generic? It's pretty generic. But I kind of like it. I kind of like the colors and stuff. I think it goes well with a Void Elf. I could see this looking awful on like a Vulpera or a Gnome or a Tauren. But it doesn't look too bad on a Void Elf. Thank you for following Maramaya and Arlekin83. Appreciate it, my dudes. All right, where were we at? We're gonna look at we're gonna go back to the adventure guide real quick. Any groups going? Yeah, there are tons of groups going today as well, so I'm not too worried about that. I might make my own group later as well, if anybody wants to play at some point. Because it's all servers, so if you're NA, EU, Oceania, Asia, wherever you're watching from or chilling from, you can all play on the PTR, which is kind of cool. I do like that. Alright, let's have a look at this dude, because I need to kind of know what's going on when I get in here. I'll probably completely forget, but why not? So, first boss, apparently, well... Oh, is this the first boss you do? It's a giant worm. I've seen this model before. I've seen this model a lot of times before, but giant worm. He does some stuff with energy, he inhales... Right, okay, classic worm mechanic. He tries to eat you, basically. For 18 seconds. Oh? He inhales for 18 seconds. You fucking... What? You've got to... Nah, ain't no way. If he eats somebody, he deals tons of damage and pretty much kills them. Okay, and heals. Awesome. He screams at you. That's fine. Does this do anything? Oh, he summons mites. And these mites attack you. You just gotta kill him. Sure. And he spews acid at targeted players and dealing shadow damage. Sure. Burns players. Sure. Maybe a dispel. Or maybe just heal. Reduce their movement speed. Haha, laughs in Tiger's Lust. If no targets are engaged in melee, he slams into the ground, inflicting 5 million physical damage. So you're going to have to always have someone in melee, but he sucks you in for 18 seconds. That's crazy, eh? What am I meant to do for 18 seconds in a melee DPS? We're going to find out. We're going to find out. It sounds like it's going to suck. All right, let's talk about Bass and Hour. They're bonded. Okay, they share damage. That's cool. So attack either of them. GG. Another 100 energy mechanic. Hour vanishes and does Warp Strike, probably a dodge mechanic, and the bat gains Incorporeal and goes into Arcane Overload. Jesus Christ. All damage taken, reduce all damage by 99%, so when they're in Incorporeal, you can't hurt them, sure, whatever. And Hour just does Warp Strike, so I guess you want to attack Hour then. There's no point attacking a 99% DR target. Hits you with a Javelin. I'm sure that's fine. Wait, tethers you? Tethers all players. Destroy the Javelin. Okay, easy. Warps through the target, inflicting damage. Blah, 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 blah. Stacks. It's fine. This looks chill. And he just bites you. Oh, this is fine. Just dodge it, bro. And then we got the Soul Scribe. He shatters the soul of every player, summoning echoes of their face and causing them to suffer from shattered fate. The fuck does that mean? Increases damage and healing done by 10%. On the player? Must be on the player if you're fate bound. And then your soul gets ripped out. That's kind of cool. And another 100 energy. So all of these are 100 energy mechanics. Interesting. He enters a ritual for 24 seconds and unleashing series of cones. Oh, so like Kai'Veza. Yeah, that's kind of like Kai'Veza. He releases cones, right? Fate struck afflicted their bound player with wounded fate. What the hell does that even mean? I don't even know. Whatever. Splinter the soul of every player, summoning multiple echoes of their fate. Oh my god, it's too complex. I'm just going to have to find out what it means. Basically, just dodge the daggers, dodge the cones. Who cares? Let's get in the dungeon, eh? How's Season 3? Like, how's Monks performing? I'm not too sure yet. It feels good to play. The burst damage of Shadowpan now feels amazing, and the sustain of Conduit feels good, so, I mean, I'm really hopeful for it. On top of that, they've made no changes, which is not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because they brought up patch notes last night, or this morning, wherever you live. for like changes, and they made some like Death Knight changes and Shadow Priest and Hunter and Shaman, but there was no mention of Windwalker. I mean, there was a slight mention, but I don't even think it matters. I think it was just it was something to do with like Zuin, but I couldn't see if it actually changed anything. I don't think it did, to be honest, because it also mentioned invoked Chiji and stuff like that. So I think it was just a clarification or a tidy up of information. So that's good. It's interesting though, because things I think they're going to nerf weren't mentioned straight off the bat, which maybe means not enough testing or not getting nerfed there. That'd be cool. But probably it's very early days. Hi, Windwalker PV. What do you prefer now, Shadow Pan or Conduit? It probably changed based on 91 20-second cooldown trinkets as well, right? Are we talking about the PTR? Are we talking about live? Because if it's PTR, I don't quite know what I prefer now. Because I've always been a Shadow Pan and a Conduit enjoyer. Like, I enjoy playing Shadow Pan. I think it's more simplistic. I enjoy playing Conduit because I think it's more engaging. But I think they've made Shadow Pan more engaging, and I think they made Conduit fucking turbo engaging, to be honest. I think they're both going to be good. I have to get a feel from them in the dungeons, which I haven't done yet, which I'm going to queue up for. I'm going to queue up for a dungeon. So I have a lot of keys here myself. I've got 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, whatever. Just different variations that I've set up. Yeah, I'm organized. And what? But I think I'll just join a group first off. Probably 10, right? 10 seems like a good place to start things. Like things like 2s and stuff, just things will just die too quickly. I can do 12s as well. Like, honestly, I think 12's fine as well. So I'll sign up for 12s. Watch me get declined because I'm a Windwalker monk. Yeah. Lol. Alright, there's a Brewmaster here. Brewmaster has to invite Windwalker. It's an unwritten law that monks have to play the game together. Unwritten law of the land. I hope and pray we don't get everyone a monk. They need to buff Rep Palace so more can leave to go there. Hey, there it is. Unwritten rule. Monks invite monks. Alright, so we're in a group. That's cool. We'll just wait for the group to fill out. And we got a tank. Tank's big. From looking at the PTR, what people are in. It's tanks and healers, obviously. But I think tanks are in shorter supply than healers. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind if more people play monk. The more the merrier. Windwalker's a great spec, and I feel like when people start playing it, they're like, oh my god, how have I not played this before? Like, I always say, like, the worst thing about playing a Windwalker monk is that then you can't play any other specs anymore. It's over. You've trolled yourself. You've become a Windwalker forever now. Not always true, but predominantly it is pretty true. Like, it's just such a unique playstyle. It's really engaging. And then you go back to something like Assassination Rogue, and you're like, Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All I do is press Mutilating and Venom. What is my purpose? Whereas as your Windwalker, you're like, dashing around, doing crazy shit, you know? It's cool. Once Windwalker, always Windwalker. Outlaw is fun. Yeah, true. Outlaw is very engaging. Maybe too engaging. maybe too much. I don't think my brain can actually handle Outlaw. I tried playing it a bit, and I was like, oh my god, this is too much for me. There's just too much going on.
Where are we going today?
What do you mean I have to make split-second decisions every second? No. No, you can't make me. Alright, let's teleport to the dungeon. I want to teleport to Echo Dome Aldarni. Ooh, nice loading screen. Already 10 out of 10 for me. That's pretty colourful. Yeah, looks good. Oh my god, this place is bussin'. Yo, look at this. Yeah, that's kind of cool, no? I love the void aesthetic as well. It's like, let's have a look. Is it just the infinite void below us? It is just straight up like the infinite void. Like, don't roll off. Psych? Nah. But yeah, really cool aesthetic. And where do we start? We do start here. So this is where I thought we started. But no idea how the pathing goes. But already, it just looks really colorful. Really nice, really cool. Until I find out there's 50,000 caster mobs, in which case I lose my mind. Alright, so lots of void beasties. Oh, okay, it looks like it's kind of a set path then. So it looks like you go around. I don't know if there'll be any crazy skips or anything. Probably too early to be looking at this sort of stuff. Is there any way that we can use Demon Hunters to jump ourselves up here and pull the Overcharged Sentinel? Aberration. Probably. Thank you for the follow, Draglu. Oh my god. Drawgluone. Oh my god, I butchered that so bad. You know who you are. Thank you very much. And thank you, Dextix, as well. I'm going to try it again. Draw glue, no. Holy shit, I butchered that like the 4th time in a row. I'm sorry. Yo, what do these runes mean? We got any translators in the chat? Those who pass through this barrier will suffer infinite casters that one-shot you, and once interrupted, they cast again 4 seconds later. Oh god, no, please no. I wish I wasn't a runic translator, but life. We're going to play Shadowpan first. So I'm kind of excited about it. I think Conduit as well is going to require me to use a lot more brain power. Like, genuinely, like, tons more brain power. Not that it's... I don't think it's harder. I just think it will require me to, like... There's a lot of min-maxing now with it. Whereas with Shadowpan, I think the only min-max is every, like, 2 minutes or during your burst windows. Otherwise, it's just standard Shadowpan. Oh, shit, we're going. Oh, Jesus Christ, I'm not prepared. Can I explain the minigame of Shadowpan? You see this fist over here? This fist icon. The goal is during your burst windows to always keep it at 20 stacks. You do this by casting Flurry Strikes. That's like the really short answer for it. The name of the game is making sure that you cast Flurry Strikes within the 5-second window. Alright, we're already doing skips. GG. GG, we skip. Alright, let me try... Okay, so we're going to try build up some stuff real quickly here so we can get a good opener. And... now we send, right? So we're trying to keep this at whatever. More Flurry Strikes. Keep sending them. And we're top damage. GG. Alright, so we managed to keep it at, basically at full stacks the entire time as well, for both cycles. Oh, one more, please, one more. Nice, we did manage to get it fully off. And then, like, outside of the 2-minute burst, I think it's literally just going to be just standard, like, just playing Shadowpan, so it's more chill now. I can relax now. So that's what I was thinking. I don't know if we're going to play it as 2 minutes or not. Or not even that. If you're going to end up sending your cooldowns out. Like your Storm Earth and Fire. I don't know if you're going to send both of those out at the same time. Because right now I'm holding my Storm Earth and Fire until Zuin's back up. Is my idea of how I want to play this right now. Where's my tank gone? My tank's gone crazy. I've got aggro. GG, I'm dead. Like, outside of the windows, I don't think the damage is too crazy, I'll be honest. Oh, shit. Don't wanna do that. And I think as well, I'm trying to send out Strike of the Windlord on cooldown as often as possible. The reason for this is I want it to line up with my Zuin. Because I want to use that as my activator. I want to get Gale Force, basically, on my 2 minutes as well. Damage is relatively low outside. I'm pretty bottom right now. But that's fine. I'm okay with this. So even though I have my cooldowns up right now, I'm actually not going to send them. I feel like I need more targets for my burst to be worth it, and everything's about to die. So I feel like holding 2 minutes is actually going to be smart. Whereas before, I probably would have just sent them on old Shadowpan. But it's so important that I get good value. But if you look at the damage breakdown already... holy shit, my Flurry Strike's done nothing. You know what that means? I didn't get a Shadow Proc at the start. Oh, I love this game. Alright, so instantly 20 stacks. We still haven't got a Shadow Proc. Hopefully we'll get a Shadow Proc soon. Because I think it's so... everything's so reliant on getting a Shadow Proc. Kind of like in that video I showcased, right? So now we've only got the Shadow Proc, right? But we've already sent out how many Flurry Strikes? We sent out 4 Flurry Strikes. Which means we've essentially lost 4 waves of Shadow damage. So this is like... this is my biggest worry with this, is that I think that like Flurry Strikes can do so much more damage, but I think you have to get Shadow first. Like, you can see Flurry Strikes carried there in my burst window, but I think that could be double the damage easily, just based on when I proc Shadow. So that's like my only biggest concern with Shadowpan, is I feel like you're going to be like really naffed off and unhappy if you don't proc it at the correct time or in the correct order. Anyway, we've got this boss. He's going to suck us in for 18 seconds, allegedly. And honestly, I don't think my boss damage is going to be too good. Oh, there are mites. Hold up. I'm going to try and get a Flurry Strikes on these. What the fuck is this? Pop a defensive and pray? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We've left some stuff on the floor. I'm just gonna leave that here. Holy shit, my single target damage is awful right now. Don't worry, we're gonna salvage it. We're gonna salvage it. we got single target damage at home. This is what I mean though, right? I think that like there's potentially a world where do you just send out your Storm, Earth, and Fire like every 1 minute 30 instead, rather than holding it all for 2 minutes? And potentially, so he's gonna suck, but I just need to run away. Is that the goal here? It looks like the goal. I'm just gonna cool these. Fuck it, we ball. Just don't get sucked in. Don't be stupid. Oh god, don't get sucked. No, I meant to press Tiger Palm instead. Not the end of the world. We did drop 20 stats, but now we're back at it. But you can see damage has gone back up, right? So, like, it feels like you're so reliant on your burst window. So now, because I've had my burst window on this boss fight, well, now I'm back up to par with where I want my damage to actually be. So outside of it, it feels kind of crap. The inside of it feels amazing. But I don't know how that's going to feel overall. Because I feel like that's Conduit's issue, right? Conduit's issue always felt pretty awful outside of your cooldowns. Shadowpan's kind of leaning towards that. I think the next time I play Shadowpan, I'm not going to send all my Storm, Earth, and Fires out at the exact same time. I think instead of that, I'm going to send one with my cooldowns and then send one every 1 minute 30. It's going to require more micromanaging than previously anticipated. But I want to see like what the difference is if being able to get 20 stacks like throughout the fight is going to be more valuable. Also, this boss is kind of pissed, no? I get that it's only a 12, but like this suck is not too bad. You just got to be careful with like things like Whirl and Dragon Punch and Slicing Winds, obviously. Obviously not ideal to send those abilities. Kind of cool. Like the boss room's really cool, and the mechanics seem okay, but overall it's like kind of chill. The Devour's not too bad, and this is a 12. Well, we topped the boss damage, so at least that. I like that the Devour's not too hard though, because my worry was as a melee, is it GG? We go back to Shadowpan in Season 3. I have no idea if we're going to go back to Shadowpan in Season 3. It's well too early to know that, to be honest. And there's still, like, tons and tons of testing that needs to be done, or changes that are going to come to the PTR. One player already logged out. Fair enough, he died. Life, lemons. Alright, so we want to stack ourselves up to 120, and now we're going to full send. So this way... Oh, I didn't quite do it perfectly. But now we're on 20 stacks, and we haven't proc Shadow first. This is so bad when we don't proc Shadow first. Like, I cannot understate how important it is to get... Like, we proc Shadow 4, like, every single time now. Which means that our Flurry Strikes have been at their weakest every single time. That's crazy, by the way. So now, like, we've basically missed out on essentially 4 Shadow Flurry Strikes. And you can see I'm doing 16 million damage here. But imagine I was doing this from the start. That's my biggest worry with Shadowpan. Is like, are people going to actually want to play a spec that like your damage is going to be good, but I feel like it's going to be very dictated by when you proc your Shadow. Are we going to have to like try and manipulate it potentially? But even then, it's really hard to get away from.
Only the strongest survive.
What the hell? I just got team killed. You see, I was still in like the tiniest little slither, and then he pulled it over to me. So yeah, looking at damage overall, Flurry Strike should just be higher. Okay. Okay. Oh no. Oh god, the healer's flaming. The healer's flaming. Oh, my PTR dungeon. Move, tank. Okay. What is this then? He's got a shield on him. He absorbs damage upon removal, gains unstable core. Okay. I'll be honest. No idea what unstable core is, but... Oh! I'm not a fan of how light of coloring that is. Like, it's not end of the world, but it's one of those things where it's like, am I just in the cone? Am I just outside the cone? A little bit hard to tell. We are going to send coolies here. I'll tell you when I proc Shadow. Spoiler alert, it's not yet. Still haven't proc Shadow. We proc every single one but Shadow. Okay, we proc Shadow. So now we're actually going to do some big damage. Yeah, there's all the damage coming out. But it feels good. I like the burst nature of it. And I don't mind playing on 2 minutes either. So you can see, like, even then, all my damage isn't Flurry Strike. But if I get the Shadow one first, it is. I don't know how I'm not proccing it first at all. So I want to kind of demonstrate what it looks like when you proc Shadow first. And the thing is, it's RNG. Complete RNG on what you get first in the cycle. Because the cycle resets itself every time. It's not like a fixed order. So once you've procced all 4, you can then proc the other 4 in whatever order. It's always random. So like Flurry Strikes is kind of disappointing me in its damage at the moment. It's only doing 8.7% of my total damage overall, when I'd expect it to be above Slicing Winds at least. Obviously you got bosses and dungeons, which changes things, so I don't expect it to be top. But I expect it not to be bottom. I imagine the Sentinel is the one we want to be hitting. Okay, we got Shadow. We proc Shadow. GG. Except I'm not in my burst window, so it's kind of bad. We proc Shadow, but I'm not in a burst window, so... Okay. However, if I pop my burst window now, I'll have Shadow running for it. But everything's about to die. Oh, I can't do it. I literally cannot justify doing it, unfortunately. So at that point, it's just troll. Everything will just, hello, damage. Oh, I'm stood in a pool. All right, guys, do not stand in purple pools. They hurt you. Oh! I probably should have sent cooldowns here. I thought this pack was about to get one shot. Spoiler alert, it's not. Also, okay, I guess this is what the unstable core does. You know how I mentioned the ad basically puts down an unstable core when it gets to half health? I think that's, he's basically putting green shit all over the floor. And that's not green, it's purple. But yeah, I definitely should have sent the cooldowns out there. I thought we were very close to just one-shotting it. I think my paladin's broken, but I'll let him off. I think he's having a rough one. Oh, poor dude. Hopefully we get a massive pack here. And we're guaranteed to get Shadow in our next 3. So that's really good. This is just one Sentinel, though. And I can't justify using cooldowns on one Sentinel. So we're on 180 right now, so I'm just going to wait. I'm not sending out anything till we pull. And this looks like it's going to be it. And what do we get? We got Dodge. And we got Mastery. We didn't get Shadow. There's no fucking way. There's no way we didn't get Shadow. Well, so I trolled that a little bit as well. Okay, we got Shadow now. But... oh, man. Also, this light thing, wider than it looks. I think they need to bring up the color of that. So I definitely almost got flipped there because I thought I was outside of it. Finally, I have normal nameplates. Yeah. I mean, because I started doing M+, I realized I actually needed nameplates that could show me what, like targets that needed prio and stuff like that, or targets that are casters, just things like that seemed really important. Right now it doesn't, obviously, because it hasn't been updated for this dungeon, because this dungeon isn't on live. But usually, like, the casters would be blue or light blue. I really like it. It took me a while to adjust to it, but it was definitely needed for, like, trying to do higher keys and stuff. Tidy plate served me well, but there was a point when it was no longer needed. Or I needed something a little bit upgraded. Play with Empress Capacitor instead of Slicing Winds. Next one? Yeah, I might do. I have a build with it. Basically, I'm just trying out everything. Oh, once again, not in a burst window. So this is what I mean, right? This is why I think potentially there's a world where you don't send both of your Storm Earth and Fires. When I'm outside of this, it feels awful. But if I instead do different setup, I'm probably going to do that next run with the... I'll probably run a lightning build. Also, diffuse magic gets rid of that circle. Noted. That's good to know. I couldn't tell you what the circle does. All I can tell you is that diffuse magic gets rid of it. Yeah, I think on target dummies it made sense to send out both Storm Earth and Fires. But I think in actual gameplay it doesn't. Which is good. We're learning. So if I have a Storm Earth and Fire, I have like a mini burst window essentially. Like kind of like Conduit, you have like your mini burst windows. You'd have like a Shadow Pan mini burst window every 1 minute 30. Maybe even more if you take Spiritual Focus. Rather than like one massive one. So the massive one relies super heavily, I think, on getting Shadow proc, whereas it wouldn't be as punishing. Oh, this is the final boss. Kind of a short dungeon then, eh? Oh no, this isn't the final boss. Wait, this isn't the final boss. Hold up, no. Wait, we haven't even done the second boss. Once again, this is a tiny pool, but I'm going to have to send, otherwise I'm holding for about infinite years. Once again, no Shadow proc. Also, my... Okay, I don't know how that works at all. I'm not even going to question it. And like, you can see, the moment like you see Shadow gets procced and I'm sending out Shadow Flurry Strikes, my damage is just like, it's absurd. Because it's to a point where it's like really hard to keep up with me. But outside of that, yeah. Alright, so now we're fighting the bat. Oh, it's not even a bat. Your name's Abati. Huh? Awajes? What is he doing? What's he put on me? Get this shit off of me. So we have Binding Javelins. I don't want to move out of it in case it does something nasty to me. So I'm just going to assume it's a nuke on site sort of deal. Oh god, what are these? Oh, get away! Oh. Oh, this is kind of a cool boss fight. Oh. Huh? Alright, I've been targeted by warp, so I'm just going to stand over here. Yeah, alright. Up, and then don't stand in that. Wait, no, this guy's immune. No, wait, this is the immune guy, no? Is this just a dodge phase? What the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on? Am I meant to charge it through? Oh, you probably meant to charge it through. yeah, okay, yeah, I imagine you are probably meant to charge it through because it's got orbs. And, yeah, okay, each orb breaks it. Okay, right. If it makes sense, it makes sense. We're going to fall off. Oh, we just kept our 20 stacks, which is really good, actually. So it means we can now burst. Alright, so you're meant to dash those through the boss. Nasty Javelin. It's kind of a cool boss fight. I don't want to find out what happens if you walk out the Javelin circle. What about Drinking Horn covered Spiritual Focus? So I am currently running Spiritual Focus. I'm running Spiritual Focus as a way to allow me to always get the 2 Storm Earth and Fires off during the burst window. But I think, seeing as I'm not actually a massive fan of having the... I'm not a massive fan of it, basically. I think I might actually switch to Drinking Horn cover for longer initial or longer burst windows, like at different times, or potentially just keeping Spiritual Focus as a way to I'm supposed to have more burst windows, more often. We'll have to see. Yeah, this is literally just a survive phase. But now that we've learned how to do it, it's not too bad. So I imagine, like, you literally all just stand around this in, like, a circle, I suppose, so that none of you get hit. Do they take more damage here? I'm gonna say probably. I'd be surprised if they don't. I can't see the debuff. Cool boss fight. Much more engaging, I think, than the Devourer. The Devourer was kind of like, what is going on? What is going on here? I like that one. I like the mini mechanic during the middle bit. If you leave the javelin circle, it snaps you back, I guess. I imagine it will. I'm sure at some point I can test it. I was just concerned it would one-shot me. Okay, they look like there are arcane siphons. I'm gonna press this and see what happens. I'm in combat. I can't press that. Yeah, like, this is another reason why I might think that having all my cooldowns at once is a bit awful. So if I end up in this situation where I'm fighting, like, 2 little lads, I'm not holding my 2 minutes for, like, a bajillion years, right? Yeah. We're learning. There's a cool zone, though. Alright, so what does this do? Oh, okay, we're giving it the juice? What the fuck am I doing right now? What is this? Oh, okay, our haste is increased by 10% and movement speed increased... Oh, for 15 seconds. Oh, okay, that's not very long. That's kind of a really short buff, so I guess you want to... Maybe, like, your tank goes ahead and pulls everything back for you, and then you all get this buff, and then you nuke it down with increased haste. Because the buff's already fallen off, right? So it sounds like a gotta be speedy sort of thing. I don't feel like Shadowpan's gonna be good here. Potentially. I don't know. I feel like it's very early to tell. And I haven't even tested Conduit yet for like a comparison. It doesn't seem like massive trash pulls though. At the start it did. At the start there were like really big trash pulls, but I think as you got further in, the amount of trash you pull is relatively lower. And I think Shadowpan definitely wants more targets. What's the Hunter doing? What is Wildfire Bomb and why does it do all of his damage? That's cool. 36% of your damage is a Wildfire Bomb. What does that even mean? Alright, big pull-ish. 4 ads. Kind of big. Not very big, actually. I lied. Ah, we didn't quite have the energy for it. What the hell did this guy just say about me? Oh, he says I have a cast on me. So it looks like there's icons across. There are lots of arcane siphons, so these things that give you the haste buff. So I'm imagining... Oh, okay, now we do the big pull. Now I'm outside of cooldowns. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. And I think this is where I wish that I'd had like another Storm Earth and Fire ready to go, so that I could get like a mini big burst window. A mini big burst window? Does that even make sense? Lots of damage here. This is kind of scary, actually. Predominantly, I'll be honest, there's not too many casters in this dungeon. I'd say the majority of things you're doing are dodging, and I like that a lot. Like, don't get me wrong, there are casters, but it doesn't feel like every single ad casts, which is a lot of the case in a lot of the dungeons at the moment. Like, we have, like, 2 main casters here that I've noticed so far. And the rest are... Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This guy's big. Why is he so big? Where did he come from? What the fuck is going on? What? What was that?
Grandmaster.
They kept borrowing, and then the biggest boy ever came along. I think we definitely did something wrong there, no? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Where's the tank? Help. Help. Okay, there's the tank. Oh my god, I just got one shot.
Farewell.
What? What is this? What? I got zapped for 7.3 million damage. It's only meant to do not that much. Okay, interesting. I thought it was the big boy. I guess it's not the big boy. What do I think about the Shadowland dungeons in the rotation? I think it's cool. I didn't really play much of Shadowlands, but from what I've heard, people are really excited about Tazavesh and Halls of Atonement. Like, people like those dungeons. And from what I remember, I did a couple of Tazaveshes. I think it's okay. I think it's good. So I don't mind it. I mean, we'll see how I feel after I've run them like 500 times, but I think they're good. I've heard like people are happy about Halls of Atonement. Like, they say it was one of the good ones, and Tazavesh as well. I think people really like that mini dungeon raid thing. So I can only go off of what other people think, really, and my false memories of it, and I think it's probably good. Excited about Gambit. It was so good. Dungeon, really big pools. We like really big pools. Gambit's the second half, right? We're going bigger than this. Cool. Oh my god, no. Oh my god, what's this damage?
Survive.
Oh? What? What the fuck just happened? Oh, the first half of the dungeon was going so well, and now we've reached a point. I think the healer got one shot there. Oh, I depleted my 12! Not my PTR 12! Right, I'm leaving. Where's my tank? My tank is fighting something right now. My tank is in danger! Alright, my tank died. I think the healer just died there, from what I could tell. I think the healer just got one shot and then we all died. It looks like they do this AoE thing, where they start, like, I want to say they start summoning? Or, no, they do a ritual. It's called a Erratic Ritual. And they inflict arcane damage every 0.5 seconds to all players. And I think, like, all of them were casting this. So, every tick I was taking, like, 1 million damage. Pretty horrible, actually. I don't know if it's CCable, potentially. Oh. Okay, so he's doing a ritual now. It's not CCable. Okay. That's not good. Noted, noted, not CCable. I found all the casters, by the way. They're all at the end of the dungeon. Surprise. So, surprise, I found them. What's this guy doing? He's consuming a spirit! Stop this man! Oh, I don't even know what that means. But it's probably bad. Also, I need to get better at tiger palming a little bit. I've noticed that quite a few times my 20 stacks has dropped off. And like, that is a massive DPS loss. You never want to let it drop off. I've done it like plenty of times in this dungeon. It's a lot easier to not do that on a target dummy, but when you've got like 500 casters hitting you and you're trying to dodge mechanics, it's a little bit harder. A little bit harder than I thought it might be. Alright, the ritual's not too bad, actually. I think it's maybe if a couple of them cast it at once. We don't need that buff. We're not min-maxing. Oh, okay, we want this buff. We're min-maxing. We're going to have to pull something in the next 5 seconds to make this worthwhile. But this is what I mean, right? I think if like you have your DPS and healer maybe doing this, and your tank then pulls a pack back to it, then you actually get the use of the haste. But it's not even that much. It's only 10%. And it's only 15 seconds, so... Like that's what I mean when I think you're probably going to have to... Probably going to have to like have your tank pull into it or something to get actual value from it.
We did fail you, but destroying the dome will only hurt the rest.
Ah, that's such bad damage. Okay, now I think this is finally the boss. But yeah, you can see the more people that press it, the faster it goes. But I think, yeah, I think if like, literally, if you really want to... Oh, we want percent. Oh shit, we want percent. I don't think this is enough, but we can pretend it is. I don't think I get it again. Unless... Oh, we just managed to keep it up. And we're in shadow. Okay. Okay. But we don't get the second charge. That's like the downside of not sending it all out at once. Is you only get like... See, that's what I don't like about it. Also, why is this guy healing so much? Stop. Chill. So he summons a dude and then he starts sucking its soul. Or some shit, and then he gains a massive shield. I could see potentially... What are the classes that remove shields? It's like priests and stuff, right? They remove like shields like that. They could be pretty useful in this dungeon. I don't know if it's that sort of shield though. But I know in Theater of Pain, if you bring like a priest or something, and then you're against them Bone Magus or whatever it's called, like they go super hard when they remove that. You basically reduce it to half health. These windows are going to feel hard to maintain. Yeah, I think that is something I have noticed, and I've heard like the potential suggestion that you increase the timer on it. Even though by like 1 second, I think like a lot of the time I'm off by like literally a couple of milliseconds or like half a second. If they increase like the length of it by like that long, that would really help a lot. Potentially it's just a haste thing, right? It's just that maybe we just need more haste. I mean, 45%, that's a lie. I'm not actually 45%, I'm just buffed up. But I'm sat about like around the 20% haste mark, just nasty. So I can see like either being you're going to need a fair bit more haste, or you just need to get it right every single time. Like, it's not impossible. You definitely can. I've done it loads, but at the same time, I've also failed it loads. Alright, buddy, what do you do? Trick question, I don't care. Oh my god! Oh, you're Kaiveza. I remember now. I remember now. So it's going to start sending out cones in a second. Also, the damage is pretty high. Can I get a... 1 heal, please, boss? I'm not going off the boss. Okay, it looks like just don't stack the circles. Makes sense. Also, I got like the perfect... I got Shadow proc on this boss. I also managed to keep the uptime for the entire thing. And you can see my boss damage now when I get it off on full. Kind of crazy, right? Like, so I'm top and not even close to anybody else. So, like, it feels like Conduit, like, damage. Like, you know when you do the Conduit opener and, like, no one can catch you at your opener? If you get it right, that's what it feels like. If you get it wrong... Okay, these are the cones that I've heard so much about. Hey, look, it's a clone of me. Wait. Wait. What's my clone doing? Clone, stop! What are you... Huh? Do I need to grab it? Come here. Come here, you. Alright, you gotta grab your clone then. Uh-oh. Yeah, so it looks like you've got to grab your clone to pick up their soul or something. My clone got hit, but it didn't seem to do any damage. Probably just a bug. Or maybe it gave me a debuff, right? More likely. Oh, my clone's over there. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, you're gonna have to pay quite a lot of attention then to where your little thing spawns. Alright, so we're in another burst window now. So it's just keeping the uptime on the stacks, really. I think I should be able to do it. Yeah, I'm able to do it. Fine. Oh, my clone's gonna get hit again. Unlucky. Bro, why can't I just roll out of it? Oh, in my burst window. Oh god, grab him. You're coming with me. I've got two? Why have I got two? I've got three? What is this? Why? Why were there three of them? I mean, like, as a Windwalker, that's not too bad. I can just roll out and get it. I can imagine, like, a ranged player. That's gonna fucking suck, right? Imagine being, like, a priest. And you've got to run around this arena collecting your souls. I have no idea what happens if you die with your... Or if they get hit. Like, it didn't look like it did anything too bad, but I imagine it will. Oh, we got an actual special weapon. Also, on top of this, what item level will be scaled down to? We were scaled to 6... We were scaled to 710. So we were 710 for that. So relatively high eye level, right? So yeah, I mean, straight off the bat, when you actually look at the proper true breakdown, like, so this mini breakdown over here is a little bit inaccurate. I don't know why it shows it like that, but when you look at it like this, I guess it's because it... Okay, so this one, right, I can tell you why. It's because this one includes the Storm, Earth, and Fire damage into it. When you actually have, like, the specific Storm, Earth, and Fire breakdowns. Yeah, so Flurry Strikes, it's not that bad. Like, this is where I would have expected it to be in the top quadrant. Like, 11%, I can definitely get more. Can definitely get more than this. But you can see where all the damage comes from, right? It's the Shadow, and I think that should have been way higher. I was getting so unlucky on when my Shadow procced. This is, like, Flurry Strikes, this is where all the damage comes from. You can see how hard Shadow carries, so the more packs, larger the packs are, the more damage you're going to do. Getting it earlier on means more Flurry procs with Shadow on means more damage. But I don't think it was that bad. Damage feels relatively low, but obviously fresh dungeon, never run it before. But yeah, I like this dungeon. I think it's pretty cool. Rashok Polearm. Yeah, we did get a polearm, so this strikes with the speed of a Warp Stalker, inflicting 923,000 damage, split. I still think that this weapon I have is better, the Befouled Blood. It's like 2.6% of all my damage overall. Like, this is the one you get from Arakara. Like, I could see this easily being best in slot. It's just crazy. Like, when a weapon does 2.6% of your damage overall, and it has haste on it, like, that's pretty strong, right? Obviously, the downside is it doesn't have agility, so I don't know where that's going to fit into it. But damage-wise, I think it's a really good weapon. It's what I'm running at the moment. This one just is fixed damage, right? And you have to press it. It does have agility on it, though. It's hard to tell. It's a nasty dot if your clone gets killed, and if you get a 10%, and if you get a 10% damage buff. Right, okay, so yes, obviously collect your clones. Otherwise, bad time bears. I did learn. We got there. I got there in the end. I just didn't realize they spawned throughout the entire fight. So, like, when it shoots out the lines, you gotta go grab them. When it like, the cones made sense, but you gotta do it all the time. You gotta be aware about where your little clone thing is. Use your eyeballs. Thank you for following. Don't 3 words. Appreciate it. What have I missed? What have I missed? I think with proper playing, you could get like 15-16% with Flurry. Yeah, for sure. I think like Slicing Winds holds up, right? Like, I think Slicing Winds is doing a ton amount of damage. I'll run it back for Shadow Pan now that I've run the dungeon. Got a bit of practice on it. We will... Do I have the build for this? Oh, yes, it's called Shadow Pan Cook. Is there anything I want to change here? From playing with the other one. So this is the lightning build. Ooh, I don't know. Do I want to go for dual threat instead of Rising Star? Probably not, right? Rising Star's pretty good. I mean, you're getting a lot of Rising Sun kicks out, but it's not doing any damage. Am I just going to get more from the flat 5% buff? Maybe, you know, maybe. Might just run dual threat. Fuck it. And then Ordered Elements is an interesting one. Like, do you run Ordered Elements or not run it for Shadow Pan? I don't know. I feel like potentially, 'cause the thing with Shadow Pan is you end up with more Storm Earth and Fires anyway. So getting less chi costs for your abilities also means it's easier to weave abilities into Tiger Palm. So I think that could be good. I mean, it's all cooking, right? I like Spiritual Focus, but I think I'm going to try something different. I think because this lasts for... So, yeah, as well as that, the reason it was because of this trinket as well, right? So this trinket lasts for 30 seconds, which is essentially 2 Storm Earth and Fires. So you're getting agility buff for, like, 2 full Storm Earth and Fires. But I guess the downside is that once it's, like, at the 20-second mark, it's basically giving you nothing. Because it decays. It's not like a flat 40,000. It decays over 30 seconds. So as time goes through, this just gets weaker and weaker. So maybe it's better to play for the 15-second burst. And then every 1 minute 30, or when I get the nice setup for it. Like, let's say I get Shadow Proc, right? Let's say I get a nice Shadow Proc and I have a Storm Earth and Fire up. Then I can always send it out. And that's good. We like that. So that could be a way of playing it instead. Lightning. I think Lightning's good, but I feel like you have to play Lightning a little bit differently because of the stacking and stuff. I feel like not only do you want it to be 20 stacks, but you also want to be 20 stacks of the agility buff as well. So there's a lot of things to take into account as well. So I feel like I want to hold this more when I was testing on the dummies anyway. But it's not too different from the talent tree that I was trying, or the talent tree we were running in Season 2, right? Like, this is pretty similar. Like, Zuin's Battle Gear for more Fist of Furies. Not much has changed too much. Just Ordered Elements. Maybe there's a better play here. Potentially just a baseline strike. Kind of cringe, actually. Kind of cringe. We don't like that. I think Ordered Elements is fine. Long clones. Potentially. I'm always a massive fan of getting more clone activations out, but it could just be that, yeah, long clones might actually be better. Then you're at least getting the longer burst window through this. The only difference is I don't find that you spend as much chi when you play Shadow Pan. I feel like Drinking on Cover is so much better on Conduit, right? Because you're spamming out abilities, so you get the uptime longer, whereas instead you're actually spending a lot of your cast on Tiger Palm with Shadow Pan. So you will extend the duration, but I think as Shadow Pan you actually don't extend it as much, because every other ability is basically Tiger Palm. So you're basically essentially losing out on 0.25 seconds every other ability, but we'll give it a go. It could just be that, like, the extension is actually better. Zuin's Bond isn't a thing with Shadow Pan. I don't think it will be for Season 2. Just because of the 1 minute 30 trinkets at the moment. They're kind of... Like, the only real 1 minute 30 trinket comes from Echo Dome. And it's called Lily of the Eternal Weave. And it's pretty much exactly like a House of Cards, where it gives you increased mastery. The numbers are maybe a little bit low at the moment, so it might need tuning. But it's pretty much exactly what House of Cards did, right? 1 minute 30 trinket gives you mastery. Wow, that sounds great for Conduit. But I think we have a lot of mastery how it is on Shadow Pan. I think we're going to benefit more from getting main stat, because we want to get main stat, because then you buff your main stat even more with 20% additional increase, right? So if you can get a trinket that gives you main stat, and then you increase it by another 20%, suddenly you have a ton of main stat. And that's why I really like Araz's Ritual Forge, because it gives you an instant 40,000 agility. It decays, but I don't care. Like, by the time you reach like the 30 seconds in or the 20 seconds in, it looks like maybe you've finished with your big burst window, so you're getting like the most value out of it. And it's 2 minutes. There's also some other... I mean, as well as that Signet of the Priory, right? But I think this dumps as Signet. Like, Signet's good, But I actually don't think we need haste from like a trinket. I think just getting main stat seems a lot better. And I'm running Sephorium as well, because I've had a look at these other trinkets, and they seem kind of bad. I don't know, one gives you mastery, one gives you haste, one gives you crit. The haste one just seems horrendous. I don't know how it plays out in a dungeon. Maybe it'll play out better, because it seems to give you a haste buff when you kill things. So maybe in a dungeon that's actually good, where you can't do that on target dummies. The mastery one just doesn't make sense to me. We have enough mastery for Shadow Pattern. I don't think it's going to be something we want to get too much more of. And then this is another crit one, where you basically collect an orb. Like an orb will spawn, and it floats towards you, and you pick it up, and it gives you crit, and it can stack. But I think it's the exact same thing as Sephorium, except with more steps. Like, I think it's genuinely just more steps. But maybe it's better. I might try the haste one. See how the haste actually feels, what the uptime of this is in the dungeon. Because it says, when you slay an enemy or witness an ally's death, it tears at your sanity, and tearing at your sanity gives you haste. So maybe by killing stuff, I get tons of haste off of this. Maybe it's busted. I think it would suck in raid, but it looks like it could be good here. Alrighty. How do I get out of this godforsaken place? Well, so we didn't kill this dude? He just gave up? Oh, you quitter. You absolute quitter. How do you... How do I escape the Echo Dome? Help. This looks like a portal. There's no way this doesn't teleport me back. There's no way. What the fuck is the point of this? Huh? Okay, sure. Just have a massive, like, room here with a thing that looks like a teleporter. Doesn't teleport you. Sure. Oh, you.
Where are we
Oh,
going
it's you.
today, Grandmaster?
Where'd you get the gear from? PTR? You can get it in 3 places. You can get gear from Dornagal at the top by the... I'll get the map up for you. Isle of Dawn. Dornagal. How do I get in? That is not how I get into Dornagal. We'll start that again. Let me go to the map. Where is it? Where is it? Dornagal up here. So just below the actual keep, there's vendors for the tier set and vendors for the trinkets and stuff like that, weapons, things like that. But you can also go to Stormwind in the main city, a Stormwind by the auction house. There's all the vendors are there. So profession vendors, pot vendors, crafting vendors, cooking vendors, tier set vendors, gear vendors. So I'd probably just go to the main city, to be honest, because it's got everything. And I couldn't tell you where it is in Orgrimmar, because I don't play Dirty Horde. Unfortunate. Okay, so it looks like this is the one I'm meant to talk to, but he doesn't talk to me. Okay. Okay. I guess I'm just teleporting back to Dornagal then. I don't see Shadowpan ever outperforming Conduit just by design in M+. The ramp is too slow. I don't think it is. I think that's what they've changed here. Is that like with Conduit, you spend a little bit of time ramping anyway. I think you spend about the same amount of time with Shadowpan. What is this? Oh god, Horde and Alliance banners. Are we gonna have to start collecting stuff? I mean, to be fair, saying that, I haven't tested out the new Conduit in a dungeon. But all I know, it is insanely busted. I could see it being so. It feels it in target dummies. Like, you never stop hitting stuff. So we'll go one more Shadow Pam. To try out the Lightning build, to try out this other build. And also to try play it differently. So the main difference is going to be that I'm not sending out 2 Storm and Earth and Fires every set. Instead, I'll send 1 Storm, Earth and Fire with a big burst, and then 1 Storm, Earth and Fire at times when I think are worthwhile for it, if that makes sense. Unless let's say we pull a humongous pack and I have both Storm, Earth and Fires, then I'll make the executive decision to send them both then, because I think that's when I'll get the most value. Basically, when I think I'll get the most value is when I'll try to send out all my Storm, Earth and Fires, if that makes sense. So potentially, like, the initial pull of a dungeon, I probably would say that is probably worthwhile. Anyway, let's find another group. So that was a 12 we just did. I feel like doing a 10 just isn't worth it. Although there is a group for a 10. And it's got a healer and a tank. Oh, oh boy. To be fair, you get scaled, right? You get scaled down anyway, item level wise, so it's not actually the end of the world. So whatever they think you item level that you should be for a 10, so arguably you're kind of doing the respective damage for each dungeon difficulty. I mean, that's the idea they're going for anyway. So it should actually work out. All right, we got the boys. Let's teleport to the dungeon. I mean, aesthetically, I think it's a really cool dungeon. I think the third part looks like it's by far the hardest. The first part seems chill, like minimal casters, not too much going on. Semi-decent trash spawns. Nothing really over here, so this is all fine. Then once you get to this last zone, I can see this last zone being, like, problematic. I'd love to see what routes get cooked up for this. Also, we need to lower these because they're too big. There we go. Wait, why are they in Tazavesh? Okay, well, I've been baited. They put a 10 Echo Dome, and then they are in Tazavesh. So, I don't really know about that. Also, it's not possible to do Mythic Tazavesh right now. So, okay, moving on. Oh, 13. Sign me up. 13 would be a good tester, because it's just a little bit more. We've also got Warrior, Hunter. Hey, guys, it's a physical god comp. Let me in. Let me in. What else we got? We got 10s, we got 10s, we got 12. I'll sign up. Oh my god, they took a death knight over me. Meta slaves. Meta slaves on my PTR? I sign up for the 10 again. These guys need to know that, like, they're not in the right. They're not queuing up for the right thing. A 15 might be a good try as well. Like, just because ads will stay alive a bit longer. That's always a good test. It feels like live, where I just don't get invited. Oh shit, we've been ported out. Oh, I guess this is a new zone. Actually, we can check that out for a sec. So it's basically just, oh my god, it is busy here. So is this Tazavesh? No, so this is Echo Dome Aldani, so this is where you meet for it. So it's in the new, I guess it's in the new zone. It's kind of cool that this is a hub. And it's like just in the middle of the void, right? Oh my god. That's pretty poggers. And then you just go to the dungeon here. But like the entire zone just looks really cool. Like we're just in the void. I wonder if you can see the raid from here. Can you fly? You can fly. Okay. That is really cool as well. Oh, so this is all, oh, that's really cool, actually. So you can fly across the void and stuff and go to all these zones. And it looks like the raid is just over there. See that little castle? I don't even know, citadel, whatever you want to call it. I'm surprised that you can fly in the new zone. To be honest, I wasn't expecting that. 'Cause usually they don't let you fly in new zones. Let me into your 15, please. I will play very well. I promise. I'm actually getting messed. Huh?
Focus on rising every time you fall.
Let me in. Bro, I'm actually getting meted right now. Windwalker in my group. Ugh. Huh? I got fucking declined on the PTR. This is actually like retail. I forgot how like retail this is. Straight up decline from running a +10 on the PTR to test my class. Interesting. Interesting. I like it. This is fun. Oh my god. I guess I'll just start my own key. Fuck these people. I'll just do my 12. 12 Echo Dome Mythic. Fine, I'll wait.
Best time to plant a tree is 50 years ago. The
Getting declined on the PTR is diabolical. It actually is. Like, it's not too bad when someone picks another class over you or something, because maybe they want to try something out. But just a straight decline when no one's in the group. It's like, what the hell? Guys, please, it's just the PTR. Guys, it's a plus 10. Don't take us serious. I will accept anyone who wants to join. Please join. Please, anybody join my dungeon. I want to actually do some stuff. Look at talents again, I suppose. So we'll run Conduit after this, and there's a pretty crazy build that I'm gonna try. I'll give you a sneak peek of what that's gonna be like. But it's called the illegal bot build, where it's now illegal to press blackout kick, and if you press blackout kick, you're in big trouble. Nah, I joke, but it's genuinely just a Conduit build where the idea is that blackout kick is so invaluable because of all the cooldown reduction we're getting that by pressing it, it's kind of like unnecessary. So the idea is that you actually remove all of the blackout kick nodes that like would benefit blackout kick or give it more damage, and you essentially never press the button unless you literally have to and there's nothing else you can press, which is very rarely the case. Or if you run into this situation where blackout kick maybe gives you a chi and you're at 4 stacks of teaching on the monastery, maybe then you'd press it. But like, from testing it, it feels like you never press it, and it's actually pretty good. I kind of like it. So the entire focus of Conduit now is cooldown reduction, that you end up getting loads of Fists of Furies anyway. You end up pressing Tiger Palm a lot more. That's not like the end of the world. And you also run Inner Peace with this build. I don't know if this is going to be the go-to build, because I've also got like, you know, the standard M+ Conduit build where you actually do run Blackout Kick. But I can see why this other build has been cooked up. Just because like when you run this build with all the Blackout Kicks, you end up having to press Blackout Kick quite often, right, to get the value from it, not let it overstack too much because it does damage and it is actually a cheap builder for you. But at that point, like, you've still got, like, you've got tons of abilities waiting to be pressed as well. Like, Fist of Fury is almost always off cooldown. Rising Sun Kick as well. It's pretty much always off cooldown. So, I can see why this new one has been cooked up. It's kind of cool. I like it. We're going to go try this. And no one's joining my group. PTR's dead. You heard it here first. Let me see if they can find another group. Oh my god, there's about 10 million groups. I've got to get into one of them, right? You, let me in. Yo, monks, triple monk. They couldn't possibly decline me, right? I want to test some high damage output on fights. Please only apply if you've run it before and know the fights. Trash pools, thank you. Okay. That's sad. Oh, guys, please. I just want to play. I just want to play the new dungeon. Please, guys, let me in. It's not that deep. Finally. Alright, we did get into a group. So it seems kind of like not worth it to form my own group unless there's literally no groups going, because people just seem to look for tank and healer, right? And if you don't have a tank and a healer, people are just not going to run it. Which sucks a little bit, but at least I got into something. And we got a warrior tank, which means I'll do as much damage as I possibly can. So it's the exact same keystone level. We're looking to try and top 4.8 million damage, though. And see if we can get some more damage out of Flurry Strikes is the name of the game. Like, you blackout kick a lot during this build as well. Blackout kick does a lot of damage. So no Strike of the Windlord, so the open is going to be a little bit different. I think I'm going to go for the Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm variation, which is a little bit... You need to be a little bit more careful on chi management. Not chi management, energy management. I think it's possible. I might just have to delay like a little bit to make sure that my energy's at a good point. See, the last thing you want to do is go into your burst window with not enough energy to sustain the 20 stacks. And that happens quite a lot. That happened a fair bit in my last dungeon, where I went into my burst window, but I just didn't have enough energy to sustain myself for the entire time. And then it drops off. And if it drops off, yeah. Also, you can see that you can't leave M+ dungeons anymore. You can't see it, but in the chat it says, another player has left the instance. You can now leave without a penalty. So this is something that's new that's getting added to Mythic Plus, where if you want to leave a Mythic Plus from now on, let's say you do the first pull of your M+ dungeon, and you wipe. You now have to do an FF15, or I don't even know how it's implemented, but you have to vote to leave. And it's majority rules. So if the majority of people say, yes, it's okay to leave, you will get to leave the dungeon. If the majority of people say, nah, fuck off, we're not leaving, you are not allowed to leave the dungeon. And if you do leave the dungeon before the vote's cast or the vote goes through, you get a leaver penalty. I'm not sure if this stops you from joining dungeons for a while, but eventually, if you leave too many dungeons, you will get a mark against your name that everybody can see, which basically tells them that you are a dungeon leaver. So that's kind of cool. And that's totally not going to get abused. Like, the idea of it's clever. Like, the idea of how it works is good. And it makes sense. But in practice, I can see it being fucking atrocious. I could see people getting held hostage in dungeons. People forcing each other to leave. So that they don't have to take the leaver penalty. Just stuff like that, you know. I can see it getting abused. Oh, you right-click your portrait to abandon vote. Oh, I have to be the lead. Okay, so only the leader can do it. That's even worse, right? So if my leader doesn't want to give up the give up the dungeon, we're trapped there. That's even worse. I can't even put up the FF15. Great. That's even worse. The leader can just hold you hostage. How does it work if you get kicked out? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. I imagine it would work the exact same way, right? Because that's how it works in LFR or LFG. You ever done like time walking or leveling up your characters? You do a dungeon and someone kicks you out the group and then you get the 30-minute deserter. Even though they kicked you, they voted on it. I imagine you'd probably still get punished. I'm sure they'll implement it where you don't. Otherwise, can you imagine your characters just get bricked because every group you join, you just have people kicking you. I'm sure if you got kicked, it probably wouldn't count. Well, I don't know. I can just see it being like abused though in so many ways.
Cannot fly unless the wind blows.
Just think about League of Legends, right? You are losing the game. You have no chance of winning. An FF15 gets put up. How often do people vote yes? How often do at least 2 people or so vote no? Fucking every time. Every time. It's gonna be, yeah. It's a great idea, but I can see it not going well. Where are we going? Holy shit, there's new forbidden tech. Alright, big pull here. I'm gonna go slow here, like I said. We got Shadow Prop first. So this is what I wanted to showcase. When you finally get the Shadow Prop first. And like, you're loving life. And I messed up. GG. Wait, no. That should have worked. I got 120 stacks and it just didn't proc. Okay, well that's cringe in itself. I need to watch that back in a replay. I reached 120 energy and it just didn't expend. I did it at like 0.2 seconds before it like cancelled. Because I was just sat at 120 energy, which means like at 120 inside your Storm, Earth and Fire, it should expend. For some reason it just didn't. And I was inside of Storm, Earth and Fire. So I made it, but it didn't count. That's cool. We like that. So now this is what I mean, right? So now we've done another big pull. I'm going to send out Storm, Earth and Fire. And I'm going to get 20 stacks, and then I send out Lightning to try and get big lightning damage. Does that work like that? Oh, fell off again. Because I had to dodge a mechanic. Yeah, not as easy as it looks. It doesn't look easy. Especially like, because you need to keep the uptime. But if you have to move out a mechanic and you can't Tiger Palm, you are so punished. Like when I fuck this up, I just like look at my monitor and I'm like, oh my god. Well, rip my burst window. It feels like high risk, high reward. Also, I have no idea what these random tendrils coming out the ground are. I think it has something to do with a trinket that I'm running. I think it's my haste trinket. So we're about to get cooldowns again, so we kind of want to set up for this.
The devourers seem to be coming from the enemy.
So we need Zuin like now.
The sword, so we can return.
So I'm in my setup, and then I send my lightning. And we're in shadow. We're in shadow, so we should start popping off now. Maybe I'll get this one right, because I'm not awful at the game. I have got aggro, but don't mind that. That's just like part of the job. The damage was okay. I'd expect it to. I would have liked it to be higher. Also, my tank's offline. I am the tank now. Surprise! Look at me. I am the tank now.
The strongest survive.
Oh. But that's what this is more what I'd expect it to be, with flurry strikes like literally carrying damage. So both of these we got shadow pretty much first, which is exactly what you want. So we've now got lucky cycles.
Where are we going today, Grandmaster?
Can I please show my talents? Yeah, sure. These are the talents that I'm running right now. So I'm trying out a lightning variation where I'm trying to keep Storm, Earth, and Fire uptime for longer. So very similar to live. This is very similar to live, and I'm running dual threat. I'm not sure if this is what you'll actually take. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just heard the screeching of... I heard the screeching of mobs. It was at that moment he knew. He fucked up. Yeah, the tank DC'd. DCs happen all the time on the PTR. I don't care. I cut up chili earlier and I touched my nose and it hurts. At least be thankful that you didn't touch your eye. This could have gone a lot worse. So the question is, do I pop coolies here? They're actually going to stay up for a lot longer than I think they, should. So I actually am going to pop coolies here. Oh, I'm not going to get it, am I? I am getting it. Oh, I'm so goated. We almost got it for the entire time. I just need to maybe send out another Tiger Palm a little bit faster there. We got it almost for the entire time. And then I guess this means that now I can actually get a lot more value on my Crackling Jade Lightning. So I can end up getting these 20 stacks a lot more often when I have lightning, like every lightning. So I might just play it like kind of how I play on live. Like I'll use my other Storm, Earth, and Fire to buff my lightning. Like that's what I do on live, is that I'll always have like one that I send out with one that I'll always send out with Zuin when I play Shadow Pan, and then one that I try to line up when I'll get the most benefit from damage amps, right? And that's usually around the time when I have lightning. So if I can get the damage amp to 20, send lightning out with that as well, maybe get a shadow proc outside of cooldowns, I think that's a good way to play it. But Flurry Strike's once again doing crazy damage, but not as much as I thought it was going to be doing. I'll be honest, I thought this was going to pop off a lot harder from the testing on the dummies. It's not quite where I thought it was going to be. I'm not sure if I'm disappointed, or if the trash packs aren't big enough. I don't know. Yeah, I'm ready, dude. I'm ready, my dude. Run it down. I'm basically just gonna build up stacks again. I'll get to 180, and then we'll send. And then we have cooldowns here, so I'm actually just gonna wait for a sec. And then just send them all out again to instantly get the 20. But like the 20 I actually want. Oh yeah, if we lost, that would be good. And I'll get more haste. We love haste. Can we get 2 out here? Yeah, we can. All right. So we pretty much almost got full value there. It could have been better, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah, I think this boss is definitely the easiest in the entire dungeon. Like, I'm sure, like, higher difficulty, this is going to get insane with, I guess the Devour. Oh, he devours mites as well. Oh, shit. You need to make sure the mites don't get in. Oh, okay, that's where the difficulty of this comes in then. Also, the healer died. Right, so every time when he eats anything, when he eats anything, he does big damage and he gains health. But that includes might. Engineering CR? I don't have engineering CR on me. Yeah, I don't have him on the PTR, do I?
Only the
I probably do, actually. Hold up.
survive.
Oh, I do. All right, I need to move those to my bars then. I won't be able to make any more of these. So I have like 5 in the bag that I completely forgot I had. You can't buy them from vendors though. If I wanted to actually do this, I'd have to train professions on the PCR, and I'm just not doing that. Oh, look, it's an abandoned instance vote. So this is what it looks like. 4 votes needed to abandon the instance. I'm going to vote no. See what happens. I'm curious. I need to... there's testing. So I imagine they can't see. It's like League of Legends where you can't see who abandoned. But the moment I voted, it's gone off my screen. So I have no idea if the vote's gone through or not. Okay. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if I can leave. Because the vote obviously went through. But I don't know if it's passed. I don't know if it's failed. Can I leave? Like, people's left. Like, people have left the instance, right? But they haven't left the party. So I don't know if I'm trapped in here. Great design. It would be good if I could see... Like, once you vote, it goes off your screen. Like, what? The abandoned instance vote was unsuccessful. Alright, now we get to play a game of chicken. Who's going to leave first? Alright, someone left. I can now leave. GG. The vote failed. You're trapped in this dungeon. I'll play Conduit now. I'll play Conduit. To give it a go. Hey, Hitman. Dancer, how you doing, my dude? So what in Season 3 will prioritize haste more than now? I can see Shadowpan wanting more haste than it has now. I mean, I think players are playing Shadowpan at the moment with little haste. Like on live right now, I think a lot of players are still playing with relatively low haste. Even myself, right? Even though I've kind of like tried to build towards more haste, I still think you can get more than 20% and probably get more value. I could see Shadowpan liking more haste. I feel like either you need more haste to allow yourself to easily keep up against all odds and it not be the most stressful thing ever. Because trying to get these tiger palms out and making sure you have the perfect amount of energy to keep the cycle going is actually relatively hard right now. Like, put it this way. If you roll out of a mechanic during your burst window to dodge, and you miss like 1 second to get that tiger palm, you've lost your cycle. Your burst window now does half the damage it does, or less. You're extremely punished if you don't get it off. So on target dummies, it was super easy. But in the moment, right, when like you're having to dodge stuff, or maybe you have to move backwards slightly to dodge a mechanic, you've lost 1 second. And 1 second is everything. You need all 5 seconds a lot of the time. How does that get fixed, I think? Either they extend the time of this to like 6 seconds, or maybe even 7, maybe 6. 6 and maybe just give you that little bit of leniency. Or we just go for more haste. Could either be the way. Haste means that we get more casts out so that you're not reliant as much on the timer, right? You get like faster casts, so you have more energy, you're not panicking as much. So that could be an alternative to it. Conduit, I think, wants like literally no more haste. Because the tier set for Conduit, I'll switch over to it. We'll switch over talents. the tier set for conduit gives you haste. So it gives you 15% haste that you pretty much have all the time. So I'm currently at 20% haste. But if I cast Slicing Winds right now to get myself my heart window, I'm now at 38% haste. And because you're pretty much constantly keeping up this heart window, I'm almost always on 38% haste for the entire combat or higher. And that's enough haste for conduit. I feel like you don't need more than that. So I could easily see conduit no longer going for any more haste. There'll be like a point like that you want to keep it at. But any more, and I feel like we're going to be going for more like crit or verse. I could easily see that crit verse more centric. So I think our mastery, we maybe have enough. Although you could never have enough mastery. But I could easily see like the amount of haste we have now just being fine and just going for other stats to get more damage. Any sign of channel cancelling being fixed? I haven't had a single channel cancel yet. But I haven't run conduit in a dungeon yet. So it's like Schrodinger's channel cancel. Until I find one, it no longer exists. But I promise you it's definitely going to happen. It'll definitely happen in this dungeon I'm about to do. Mind Fractured Odium. How did I think of it? I think it fucking sucks, I'll be honest. Where is it? We had... How many procs of this? 1. Where even is it? Yeah, I think this trinket sucks. Arcane Insanity? That must be what it is. 14% uptime? That's just not good enough. That's just not good enough when I have Improvised Sephorium uptime of like 60, 70%. Like, nah. I just don't. I think some of these trinkets are just dog water. They just don't hold up. We're going to go House of Cards. Not because House of Cards is going to be meta for next year. But because the trinket that I think is going to be meta isn't available from the store. It drops from this dungeon, but you can't buy it for some reason. Like, it's not one of the ones that you can get, but it does the exact same thing. It gives you mastery every 1 minute 30. So pretend this is Lily. Pretend this is the new, brand new trinket called Lily, but it's House of Cards. Crit Mastery. I could see it being Crit Mastery or Crit Mastery Verse. I could see it easily being like Mastery Main. The thing is, you still want haste, right? It's not like we're going to drop all of our haste. I could see like... It's a weird one where I think it'll be like Mastery... Mastery... Haste Crit Verse all equal together, if that makes sense. Or maybe... Because like the issue is when you like... Let's say like if you put haste at the bottom, people instantly think, I want no haste. But that's not always the case. It's like right now on live where it goes Mastery, Haste, Crit Verse. People then think, they look at that Crit Verse at the bottom and they think, I want no Crit Verse. But that's not the case. Eventually you do want Crit Verse. So it's hard to tell right now. But I don't think you want... I definitely Mastery at the top. And then if I had to say, I'd say Haste, Crit, Mastery all equal to each other. Maybe. I don't know. Let's test it. Let's actually, you know, let's test it. So I'm just making shit up right now. Go on, let me in. Go on, you know you want to let me in. Go on, let me in. Plus 12 from Oceana. I can pretend. I put on my best Australian accent. What was this? A 10? I don't know. I feel like channel cancels happen so much more in dungeons. Is that just me or is that something true? No, it's true. They rarely happen in raid. There are a couple of bosses where it did happen this tier. But dungeons, they happen like really a lot more often. No one really knows what the cause of it is. Potentially something to do with neutral ads or something like that. Is like one of the working theories, but there's no like actual definite, this is what's causing you to have these issues. Also, wow, loads of follows that I completely missed because I don't have the notifications on for myself. Sorry, my apologies. I had ad blocker open instead. Lol. Thank you, Grey RL, Tom.dll, Pokey Pokey, Handyman. Thank you all so much. Yeah, 100% happen more in dungeons. If you've ever run Cinderbrew Meadery, I can promise you, I guarantee there's not a single Cinderbrew Meadery that you've run where you haven't had a cancel. And if you had, wow, that's crazy. Like, I feel like I'm guaranteed to always have a conduit cancel at least once per Cinderbrew, if not twice. And there's a lot of, like, neutral ads in that dungeon. So, I could see it being like something to do with it, but no one really knows. Do we know the reason? No, we don't know. We don't know the reason. Like, I've heard people like talk about neutral ads or talking about like potentially there's an invisible trigger, like an invisible like I don't know how to describe it, like an invisible like ability going off or something that like activates at the exact same time. This guy just I just watched someone walk off the platform trying to get into the dungeon. I think I did. I literally just watched someone just fall off. Yeah, the cancel also affects spinning crane kick. Yeah. I guess less punishing for spinning crane kick. Not as punishing as getting a conduit cancelled, right? But still annoying. I've had spinning crane kick cancel a lot again after recent patch. Pretty sure that before they fixed it. No. They haven't fixed it. You might have just been getting lucky. They look like they stem from the same problem. So they've just been ongoing since the start of the war within. Spinning crane kick one happens very like irregularly though. I guess it's harder to notice as well. Like you will notice it, but I'm sure there'll be instances where you don't even like notice it. Whereas the conduit one, you're not noticing that, right? Like, because you just sat there casting conduit and then it's gone, and you're just like, why? This is how I feel when my conduit cancels. I feel like it's once per pull in Cinderbrew. Yeah, Cinderbrew's like notorious for it. I couldn't even tell you why. It just is super notorious for it. It just feels awful. What other dungeons do I always get it in? Priory? I think I get it a lot in Priory as well. What other dungeons have we had? I've forgotten. It doesn't show me the old season. I've forgotten. I don't remember what dungeons I've been running for the past 2 months, 3 months, 4 months, 5 months. Who knows? Who cares? Let's go in the dungeon. So we're playing Conduit. How do I explain this? It's kind of crazy. Essentially, the name of the game is to have Heart of the Jade Serpent running for as often and as long as possible. You have a new activator with the tier set, and that is Slicing Winds. And it gives you a heart window for 8 seconds instead of 6. So it's a longer heart window. And it also is currently, in its current iteration, stacks. Not the timer. The timer doesn't stack. The timer extends, but no, that's the wrong word. It overlaps. So let's say you have a 6-second heart window running, and then you press your 8-second one. The 8-second timer will take precedent, right? Like they'll both count down at the exact same time. So the moment your 6 seconds gone, you'll have the heart window for 2 seconds left, right? If that makes sense. So they don't stack like that. The cooldown reduction stacks. So you know how you're getting massive cooldown reduction in your Fist of Fury and everything, and your Fist of Fury channels really fast? What if we doubled that? Ah, you like 0.1 second Fist of Furies? Same, me too. So it works like that. The name of the game outside of your 1 minute 30 cooldowns is to basically have Heart of the Jade Serpent running through Strike of the Windlord and Slicing Winds, and just to keep them running. So you try to not overlap these, is the idea. Instead, you're just trying to constantly keep it going. I will say you always want to send out the Strike of the Windlord one first, no matter what, because you want to get the Gale Force value for your Premier Slicing Winds one, if that makes sense. So you Strike the Windlord first for those 6 seconds, then you're getting the Gale Force, and then you Slicing Winds, so you get Gale Force and Slicing Winds, but then you also get it for 4 seconds on the abilities you cast afterwards. So that's always the ordering, the pattern is Strike of the Windlord first, then Slicing Winds, then Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds, Strike of the Windlord, Slicing Winds, yada yada yada. Just so that you're getting uptime on Gale Force. If you went Slicing Winds, then you went Strike of the Windlord, you'd lose a bit of time, you'd lose a little bit like damage value. I think I got baited into going back into that dungeon. But the opener, I think, stays the same. You know, I've been trying out a few different openers, but I genuinely think the only thing that I'm thinking most of all about what you do differently is, do you Slicing Winds before Fist of Fury? And I can't work it out. It's really hard to tell. Because if you're slicing winds first, you get the 0.1 second Fist of Fury, and then the cooldown goes off. Or you send out a Fist of Fury first, which is a little bit longer, and then you're slicing winds. But that allows you to technically extend, like, your heart window a little bit more. I don't know. It's a difficult one. I think it probably doesn't actually matter. Maybe it might just be better to slicing winds first, because you're going to Gale Force anyway. But then saying that, maybe it's not, because you want... you kind of want the slicing winds heart window to overlap with the conduit heart one. So then when you finish a conduit, your Fist of Fury is 0.1 seconds again. So actually, I've changed my mind. I still think that you want a Fist of Fury and then slicing winds and then Fist of Fury again. You should be able to get one more Fist of Fury off as a result of this before you conduit. And then you Fist of Fury again. Basically, our fists are furious. They're just discussing, like, the dungeon. My ears are so blocked right now. I feel like I'm on a aeroplane. I have no idea why. It's like the air density of the UK just dropped. I feel like I can't hear myself think. Ugh, it feels weird. I could see Fist of Fury cancelling ticks or something like that if the channel is too fast. That would be my monk type of thing to happen. I haven't noticed it, but I don't have damage numbers on, right? I'll leave that to the theory crafting dudes. Although I've seen like a lot of people running the PTR, and no one's noticed stuff like that first, and they take a lot of look at logs and stuff. So hopefully not. That would suck though. That would suck. I could also see the stacking getting removed, to be honest. So I wouldn't think too hard about the stacking just yet. I could, like, if they were to nerf anything, I could easily see the cooldown reduction stacking getting nerfed, because I think it's crazy. And I could see the time of the slicing winds heart window going down to 6 seconds to be in line. It seems a bit weird that it's 8 seconds, because that's how it was in season 1. It's kind of like they haven't like set it up to be the same, or they don't work on the same cycle. And I think I wouldn't be surprised if they set them up on the same cycle, if that makes sense. But essentially, you're always in a Heart of Jade Serpent window. So you're always getting haste. You're always getting cooldown reduction. You're just basically going sicko mode. It's kind of crazy. Conduit this tier has the chance to ruin Windwalker Monk for the rest of the time. It feels so fun to play, just sat at the target dummy for multiple hours. Yeah, it's so fast-paced. Absolutely fast-paced. It's really enjoyable as well. I don't know. Yeah, I could definitely see the iterations of it changing. And I don't know how it plays out in a dungeon as well. I think my biggest concern is that because it feels so focused on cooldown reduction and stuff, is that you're going to feel really bad if you have to, like, move out for mechanics and stuff, or you get low, like, you lose uptime on your Heart of the Jade Serpent windows, because you're always in one. So it'll feel bad when you have to go out, because you'll be like, oh my god, but I'm in my, you know, cooldowns. But shock horror, you're always in your cooldown, surprise. So mentally, I could see it being a bit of an issue. I could also see people getting tunnel vision, because you're constantly, there's so much more tracking you have to do, and being aware of getting, like, big cooldowns off all the time. I feel like you'll spend a lot more time focusing on that rather than, like, tracking what's actually going on in the environment. And that's what I mean by tunnel vision, right? Basically ability bar tunnel visioning, because it's so fast paced. I'd assume you fist first because of conduit overlap. No, I totally agree. So I think if you fist straight off the bat, you'll then get another fist off before you send out conduit, and then you finish sending conduit, you get another fist. So I could see it. I could see the opener being the exact same. Just crazy fast pace. I also think there's a world where you actually double Tiger Palm to start off combat, which sounds crazy, but I think you kind of want to be as much chi as possible. so that you don't end up in situations where you have to send any Tiger Palms for chi. I don't know. It's all open, up in the air.
My people stand no chance.
I'm going to attack this gorge yet. I'm going to do exactly what I said. So instantly Fist of Fury. Got to dodge all of those mechanics. Oh my god, it's too fast-paced. And now we're in the cycle of Never-Ending Heart, the Jade Serpent. And I've just done 19 million burst. Shadowpan is cowering in fear right now.
I need to target something first.
Shadowpan in shambles. Shadowpan's cowering in the corner right now after just seeing that.
I cannot
Oh, ow. Yeah, just basically just keeping this, keeping the uptime. I hate having to dodge mechanics because it means I can't hit stuff. And I want to be hitting stuff at all times. Oh, that's on me. Uh-oh. So even though I have 15 seconds left before my big cooldowns, I'm actually still going to send out a Strike of the Windlord. Because the cooldowns are so low now that it pretty much comes back up at the time I want it to. Like, you can see my big cooldowns are up in 3 seconds. Well, Strike of the Windlord's almost up. So even if I delay by a couple of seconds, I've still got an extra application, if that makes sense. Obviously, I'm not going to send here because I have no ads up. But you know what I mean? Like, I think, like, that 20-second rule that we used to follow for, like, holding it, it doesn't exist anymore, my dudes. Alright, big cooldowns again.
Powers seem to be coming from the annex.
Oh, I didn't quite get the Fist of Fury out. I kind of played myself a little bit there. I mean, it's just constant burst windows. It never ends. The damage don't stop till I drop. What the fuck is this? Oh my god. I heard you guys like Conduit. So we gave Conduit infinite damage. Oh. I mean, it's always hard to tell on target dummies and stuff. But I definitely went in going thinking Shadowpan would be better. And I've only run 2.5 dungeons, right? I can't make decisions right now. But, like, I don't know. This feels crazy better. I don't know. Plenty of dungeons still to go. And I've definitely not played it perfectly. Let me say that. So, 10 seconds on big cooldowns here. I'm just going to do that. So, I'm going to have a little bit less of a hard time here. But now we descend again. And now we're back up to form. And now we're basically, the cycle has started. I'm going to Slicing Winds first here. Just so that I can instantly get the Fist of Fury. So I'm going to try to get, like, double Fist of Fury off here. Yep. My fists are so furious. And now we just continue the cycle again. Oh, my ears popped. I'm no longer on the Windwalker flight. So then I probably should have sent out Slicing Winds first. Please remain calm. The ads have arrived. I mean, Mage is kind of popping off, no? Uh-oh. Man down! I repeat, this man has been devoured. Oh, it's gonna hurt. So that's kind of awkward, right? The mites come from both sides. So you need to make sure that you down the mites 100%. I'm not sure how you're gonna do that. Well, you're gonna end up taking a class that can grip them together. Vengeance Demon Hunter. Something like that, I'd imagine. So once again, I'm kind of delaying my cooldowns, but I don't actually think it's the end of the world. I'll be honest. Like, 'cause I'm not delaying them by much. Just to guarantee I can, like, I'm basically not holding cooldowns. 'Cause I feel like holding cooldowns feels so bad. Oh my god, 0.1 Fist of Fury. It's just disgusting. But there's no other way to put it. This is just disgusting, no? Uh-oh. Everybody panic. Oh, please die, son! I'm gonna shut my window. All I can hear is someone cutting grass.
Nothing dead. We can return to the real problem.
All my weak cores are on Discord. Yeah, yes, kind of. All the important ones, I think. Monk-related ones. I do have a YouTube video that goes through the majority of them. But most of the important ones are yes. I mean, so far so good. I'm actually just going to send out Slicing Winds here first, so that I can get my Gale Force for my big cooldowns. I think I see the value in that a bit more. Let me Slicing Winds here. We send that out. And I have just annihilated another pack. GG! I mean, the damage isn't even close, right? Like, what I'm trying to do right now is because I ran the 12 on the Shadow Pan, right? And obviously I'm still getting to grips with the Shadow Pan. I'm a lot more confident with Conduit. So obviously I play it like way more, just in general, right? From raiding to M+. So it might just seem that like Shadow Pan, I need to maybe like practice a bit more to get better at it. But like the damage is not even holding up. And you see how much is Slicing Winds? Slicing Winds is my highest damage. That never happens on live. Never ever happens on live. It's because you're basically essentially getting so many Gale Force Slicing Winds is the idea behind it. Oh, please don't kill me. I'm on my cooldowns. I'm not allowed to die. Dying is legal. I'm popping off. I'm not allowed to die. Thank God, GG. These packs are terrifying. This one with the Sentinel, I've noticed, has been like, we got kind of screwed by that in the last dungeon as well. The Sentinel just kind of goes ham. He's definitely the prio target for sure. Yeah, I mean, you can see Fist of Fury slapping, Slicing Winds is so high up there as well. And I still don't think I'm playing this very well, to be honest. But I can feel it myself, that I'm getting a lot more tunnel vision than I usually would. The biggest annoying thing that I'm finding is because cooldowns are coming up, because things are coming off of cooldown so often. I go to try and Whirling Dragon Punch a lot of times, and it always like stops itself because surprise, I actually have another ability come off of cooldown. Like I have Rise of Sun Kick or Fist of Fury come off of cooldown. So I feel like tons of the time I'm actually getting baited. Also, the healer died, so the tank died. Rest in peace. I'm just scared of Conduit getting nerfed. I don't know if it'll get nerfed. I think it will just get tuned. I think it's doing a lot right now, but I think it's because it's not playing how they intend it to. I think the stacking is just too much in your burst windows. I really don't think they're going to take that to live. I mean, just look at this. Constant 12 million damage on 4 trash packs. Like, what are you meant to do? like, do you know how many Fist of Furies I've just sent out? And you got to remember as well, I'm playing on like 150 ping. So I pretty much have a GCD, like, debuff on me at all times. Like, this feels horrendous to play. But, like, how much of that is slicing winds damage? You'd think it would all be Fist of Fury. It's not. It's so much of it is slicing winds. And I actually think I'm pressing Blackout Kick too much. This is the no Blackout Kick build, by the way. This is the one that you're not meant to be pressing Blackout Kick at all. I kind of forgot. The idea is that, like, Blackout Kick is, like, the last ability you ever want to be pressing. Because it's going to do no damage for me. That's how the build is designed. I'm actually, now I've thought about that, I'm actually no longer pressing Blackout Kick. And this should play out a lot better as a result. Like, I press it here because I had nothing else really to press. Like, it's like a last resort button, if that makes sense. Or if it has the Blackout Kick effect and it gives me a chi, then I'll press it if I need, like, the extra chi in the moment. But other than that, like, if we look at damage overall, where's Blackout Kick? It's 0.7% of my damage overall. It's, like, below... It's below Karma. Like it's below Touch of Karma. Just think about that. Oh, it's just so fun. This build is crazy. And here we go again. I'm on 1 minute 30 cooldown, so I just send again. And I actually, it teleported behind me. I was going to say, I did Blackout Kick there to reduce the time. And that would have worked. It didn't teleport behind me. And I accidentally just double stacked my 2 things here as well. So that's something you have to not do as well. So if I double stack, you can see now they're both on cooldown. I actually spend a lot of time outside of a heart window, which is bad. You never want to be outside of the heart window for like more than 4 seconds. So you lose the haste buff as well. But the haste buff is really important to keep up the momentum of being able to use your abilities, have energy always high, which allows you to always have high chi. You know, it just kind of works out. Like, I'm currently sat at like 7 million average in a dungeon that, I'll be honest, these trash numbers are not very high. Like, the trash packs are not very big. Feels good. We like it. Feels a little bit better than Shadow Pan, I hate to say. Oh, I'm just waiting for my cooldowns right now. So I probably should have just sent, I should have, like, actually just sent. Ah, millisecond too slow. I do find myself Blackout Kicking more with this build. More if I have the haste to get out 2 fists during the heart window on live. Doesn't appear to need that with Slicing Winds. Yeah, I really don't think you need to Blackout Kick anymore with this. How it is now, basically, because you have your heavy hitters up so often, like your Fist of Fury, and then you run like Zuin's Battle Gear with Rising Sun Kick to reduce the cooldown. Like, unless like you have literally nothing else to press, I just feel the need for Blackout Kick is so dead in this build. I completely agree with the build that the Theory Crafters have like cooked up. Like it's really smart. It feels weird though, having a button like, because Blackout Kick's obviously like usually your filler, right? But what if your filler just doesn't exist anymore? Like right here, I did just use it because I'm trying to wait for my big cooldowns. But even then, like, because of the build you're running, you don't want to press it for multiple reasons. The big reason is that you've got no talent nodes that benefit from it. So even if you press it, it does no damage. There were way more OP specs, don't worry. Hog. I had someone playing with a hunter last night that was doing like 50 million damage on pulls. That sounds pretty crazy, right? I believe it. Oh, I see what I did there. I forgot to press drag with the Windlord. Oopsie. That's alright, doesn't matter. I still like do insane damage. Forgetting to press an ability? Eh, it doesn't matter. You just do damage anyway. Forget about it. Forget about it.
Too far away.
I've also heard that Boomkin are pretty good as well. They just do tons of damage.
Come on. Be certain they follow no further. Get rid of him.
I've heard Shadow Priest are pretty good too. After their 20th rework in the past year. Pretty cool, right? Yes, Priest, yeah. So we're gonna have to be lucky here not to pull trash packs on the side. This guy teleported out with his javelin. He's just over. He's over there in javelin jail.
I'm out of life.
Okay, I just put my cooldowns during the intermission. Of course I did. Oh, this is why I wish I had timers. That's kind of awkward. Oh god, I'm getting tons of these. Alright, so my cooldowns are all kind of cooked. But I think we're okay with this. So this is when I think you want to send coolies, right? When they're both, like, destabilized. I don't know if they're taking more damage, though. I need to double check. But it definitely, like, makes sense, right? Send your coolies when they're destabilized, they're not doing anything. And there's two targets as right. Okay, yeah, there's two targets as well. They both like separate, so you're doing double the damage regardless. Well, theoretically. Oh, we've got a javelin. Save me. Save this man. Sir, I need you to stay calm. No one gets javelined on my watch. Can I pop coolies here? Is he going to go into the intermission? I'm going to risk it for a biscuit. There's no way he'd cut me twice. No, I think we're fine. I think it's probably health percentage. Ow. That kind of hurt a bit. Also, I've completely, like, desynced my cooldowns. I probably need to hold off for a bit. Oh! Have I got a feeling for general stats you might need for each? Potentially. I think that you're probably not going to want any more haste for Conduit. Because the tier set pretty much gives you, like, infinite haste. Well, it gives you, like, constant 15% haste, which is, like, insane. Like, genuinely insane. So I can see Conduit being, like, you know, crit versatility focus. Because we already have a ton of mastery. I can still see mastery obviously being top, but I can see crit and verse actually having a bit more higher pro now, which they kind of had at the end of the season. They're taking a bit more precedent. So I think that's probably how it's going to play to a degree. Shadowpan I still think wants a bit more haste. It feels very punishing to just miss out on your big window. Like, your big window of damage is really easy to miss out on if you don't have, like, enough Tiger Palms sent out during it. And this is really easy to happen. Either increase like the length of against all odds would be good. But the alternative to that is just stacking a lot of pace so that you never run into that situation. Or play good. That's always an option. But in like a dungeon environment and stuff like that, sometimes you do just have to move out of mechanics and stuff. And if you miss like 1 second, get a Tiger Palm out, well, your burst window is just kind of in the gutter. So I think if they increase the timer, that'd be good. So yeah, probably a bit more haste. Probably a bit more crit and burst for both of them, to be honest. I can see crit being good for Shadowpan as well.
Where are we going today?
Getting some more crits, making sure that you're like making sure your flurry strikes can like crit more often than not is going to be pretty good. Oh my god, the rituals hurt so bad. Oh, we got a darkness. So he sucks off the spirit. He spawns a spirit, and you either have to, like, I guess you have to one-shot it. Wings fading. I think damage is increased for every second we don't kill that pillar. No, you can't kill the pillar. You suck this pillar off, and it gives you... I think it gives you a buff, from what I've seen. But this pillar sucks, I'll be honest. I don't really get the idea behind it. It gives you 10% haste and 10% movement speed, but only for 20 seconds. Which isn't a lot of time, right? So I think the way you're going to end up playing it is that you'll end up, like, having, like, your 4 players, like, suck it to give you the buff. And then whilst your tank is busy, he's off going to grab ads. And then by the time you finish sucking it off... Wait, hold up. By the time you finish, like, empowering it, you've essentially got all the trash on top of you. That's how I think it will play out. Ideally not sucking it off. It's just... I don't know, Conduit just feels a lot more fluid as well. Like, the more you play it, like, it's kind of like Conduit in Season 1, right? When you had played Conduit, it was a bit, like, overwhelming. And this was very overwhelming to start with. It just feels so much more fluid. Like, I really like the idea of Shadowpan, and I want Shadowpan to, like, be good. And it probably is. I'm probably just not playing it right. But I don't know, there's just something about Conduit. It just feels so fluid. Everything just kind of, like, works well together. At no point do you feel like you have nothing to press, and everything you press feels like it's an important high-damaging button. Like, I know people, like, hate the length of Fist of Fury's channel, right? They feel like Fist of Fury feels like it doesn't do any damage, even though it's, like, a heavy hitter. But it feels like it does no damage because the damage is, like, over a period of time. Well, now, suddenly, that period of time is half, and then halved again sometimes. Lol. Like, you see what I mean? Like, it just feels, like, so fluid and so fast-paced. I think the downside will be in situations... will be in situations where, like, you feel like you're not getting, like, value from your cooldown reduction. Like, here, I popped a Strike of the Windlord, and now it feels like I've lost value, and I need to get my Slicing Winds off. I feel like it's going to feel worse. It won't be worse, because at all times you are cooldown reduced anyway. So, technically it won't, but I think mentally it will actually feel like it. Can I get another fist off? We can. Oh, I shouldn't have striked. Uh-oh. Those two don't stack, you silly monk. This one does, though. Get off, get off, get off. Nice. Oh, shit, it's a big boy. He's coming. It's like I'm in June. Like, what is actually happening over there? You've got, like, the June Weaver. What are they called? The Sandworms. There's a sandworm that seems to run around the arena. And, as I found out in my last dungeon, you do not want to pull this guy. I promise you, you do not want to pull the Sand Dune. The Sandworm. This thing will fuck you up.
The only place our plans have a chance of success.
I'm out of range.
The red brought nothing but destruction. You have
So this is the second time I've run this dungeon. So I can probably make some like
we did fail.
bare observations about what I actually think of casting and stuff. I actually don't think there's too many casters in this dungeon. Like, and I don't think they're that bad. Like in a lot of dungeons at the moment, there feels like there's infinite casters and they're horrendous. But I actually don't think this one's too bad. I think the second half of the dungeon's definitely got more of them. But I think the first half of the dungeon, like, maybe like 2 mobs cast and it's not even that egregious. Like, think of something like Rookery, for instance, where literally every ad and its mum casts an ability and it feels horrendous to play. This one doesn't feel too bad. Definitely the second half's got a lot more. But the first half is fine. Oh, there's multiple sandworms, by the way. That's pretty terrifying, actually. Oh, that was perfect. Multiple Fist Fury. Is the 2-minute Shadowpan build not a thing anymore on the PTR of the future? No, I think you're probably likely to play Shadowpan at 2 minutes. I just think the trinkets seem to suit it a bit more. Like, I genuinely think it's going to be the other way around. I think the... Uh-oh. I think the 1 minute 30 Shadowpan probably isn't going to be a thing anymore. But I think the 2-minute trinkets are just so... They're just so good. Not good enough, obviously, to have Conduit play 2 minutes, because that'd be criminal. This pack's kind of nasty, actually. It's got 2 pack speakers. That's a lot of damage. Oh god, make it stop. Basically, there's like a bunch of new trinkets to give you like huge amount. Okay, that is just infinite damage. What the hell was that?
Survive.
Right, one of them leapt on top of me. He leapt on top of me and then did AoE pulsing damage, so that was what the purple circle looked like it was. Well, he wasn't even that close to me. I guess it said it was 4 yards, though. Alright, let's get past the sandworms. Spooky. Are we going to be Messer? I don't know, it's way too early to tell, I'll be honest. Yeah, I couldn't tell you if we're going to be Meta or not. Not a clue. Like, for all I know, they completely change the entire kit of Windwalker next week on the PTR. They remove Conduit and give us a new hero talent. A bit over the top, but the idea is that basically the PTR cycle's just started. They can change literally anything for any specs, any classes, at any point. Way too early to tell.
I need to target something first.
I will bring your works to ruin.
What they have done, though, is they're trying to, like, fix the issues with them, or the weaknesses. The weakness of Conduit is that it feels bad outside of its major cooldowns. Well, it feels good outside of its major cooldowns now. The weak side of Shadowpan is it felt like it had no burst damage. Well, now it's got burst damage. I need to get my clone. No, I'm just gonna let my clone die. Fuck it. I'm in coolies. Spoiler alert, I'm always in coolies. What did it even give me? It gave me a debuff. I'm gonna say the debuff is not that bad.
Too far away.
Oh my god. Ha ha ha! I need to grab my clone. Oh, got you. So the idea of this boss is it seems to like shoot out a load of mechanics, and it will put like a shadow copy of you, or basically like an echo, I guess it's called, of you, and you need to pick up your echoes, and it spawns lots of them. So you pick up all your echoes, and then I guess you go back in and go ham again. Is the general idea. And they give you a buff. They give you a damage and healing increase. So, yeah, you want to pick those up, yeah? I guess what you might want to do is you might want to spread it out. So it looks like it was a stacking thing. So I guess 10% each one. So you pick up one, maybe less it, like, last for a bit. Or you pick up two, and then you delay the third one. Something like that I can see happening. So it's always good to extend. And it does it for every single shadow thing you pick up, or echo you pick up. You get this nice little buff. So what have we learned here? Pick up your echoes. And do big dammy. Where's my clone? Where's my clone? Uh-oh.
I'm out of breath.
Holy, I can feel the lag. Would it be crazy to say that I think that you could remove Whirling Dragon Punch from this build? Like, is that a weird thing? Remove Whirling Dragon Punch? Maybe. Maybe that's too far gone. Maybe that is just too far. Yeah, so they stack. So I've stacked up two now, and it's got 6 seconds left. And then I dash into the frontal cone and die. Ideally, you don't do that. I'm back, baby.
I must get closer.
I was trying to delay it so I could pick up my thing, and I just dashed into the frontal. Oh, holy shit. I think you'd have to do an ordering of it, because you don't want your things to get hit by the abilities, because that gives you the debuff. Yo guys, we need percent. I need percent to finish my dungeon. Add it to the hate list. I think this dungeon's good. I disagree. I think this dungeon's good. And it's not a bad dungeon. Definitely not hate worthy. Maybe a bit longer than I thought it was going to be. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. See, the reason I want to remove Whirling Dragon Punch is I swear to God, it feels like every time I go to press this button, because my cooldowns come back so quickly, I never get to send it. It always, like, cancels. We are not pulling the... There ain't no way. Oh, boy. Oh, okay. Okay. We have pulled the sandworm. On top of the sandworm, we have pulled everything else.
I'm out of breath.
Okay, you do not want to pull the sandworm. It's got so much health. I wonder what percent it gives you, though. Maybe there's a world where it gives you such good percent that you actually do want to pull these things. I could see it. I'll tell you why I'm thinking about not running Whirling Dragon Punch as well. So there was another build that was kind of cooked up for Conduit. Kind of running along the same theme as this one. Where you literally don't run Whirling Dragon Punch for like single target bosses. Because it's just straight up unnecessary. And that's where my idea also stems from a little bit. I need it to come off of cooldown to get it up. It should be this one, right? Yeah. So the idea is that there's a potential build for Conduit next tier, where for single target, it's actually not even worth it to run Revolving Whirl or Whirling Dragon Punch. And it's better to just potentially just go straight down the middle sort of thing, like all these talents down here, and just focus fully on your heavy hitters. Probably not for AoE, right? Because spinning crank is so important. But you can see the damage breakdown here. All Fists of Fury, right? But Slicing Winds is doing absurd amount of damage now because it's just constantly, you're just constantly sending it. like, you basically increased its, you've increased the cast count of it because of the heart windows. It's one of those abilities that benefits from it, right? So you're constantly benefiting from it. Like, Gale Force damage has gone up as well because, spoiler alert, you get more Gale Forces. But, like, think about this. In an entire dungeon, I cast 169 Fists of Furies. What the fuck? 169 Fists of Furies. I cast more Fist of Furies than I did spinning crane kicks. Like, huh? like, just think about that. Like, you press this button so often, and it's on such a short cooldown, and it channels so fast now, that it's my most pressed button. Blackout Kick I pressed 107 times. 107 times, 1.1% of my damage. Like, I really shouldn't have been pressing this at all. Just habit, right? Like, even if you get 4 stacks of Teaching of the Monastery, it's just not great in this build that I'm running right now. It's just absolutely worthless button. But you can see, like, it's just crazy. And this is what I mean. This is like the heavy hitter illegal bot build. Because you're literally, not this one, this is the single target one. Because you're literally just going for your heavy hitters, right? You're constantly trying to get Fist of Furies out with Zuin's battle gear. Inner Peace just helps with that energy. And it's not too punishing as well. Like, it's punishing to run Inner Peace as Shadow Pan at the moment because you don't want your Tiger Palm to generate less energy or spend less energy. So that fucks up your entire cycle. But with Conduit, it's fine. Like, you really don't care about how much energy it spends. Potentially, there's a world where Thunder Fist is better than Rushing Jade Wind. Rushing Jade Wind still did a good amount of damage, like 4%. But I could definitely see Thunder Fist being good for more prio target damage if you need it. You can see things like Transfer the Power not taken anymore. Which is kind of crazy to me. Like, there's a world where I wish you could drop Rising Star for Transfer the Power and keep this. But this is another reason why I'm thinking to myself, do I really need these abilities? But then, like, you need Spinning Crane Kick, right? Do you? Do I, though? Why do I need Spinning Crane Kick? Maybe I don't. Maybe there's, like, a crazy world where you actually just drop this. Maybe the world's too crazy for this, though. Why do I not use Blackout Kick? Essentially because with this build here, you've dropped all of your Blackout Kick, like, amplifiers. So this is what the standard Mythic Plus build looks like. You can see, like, the difference, right? All these shiny orbs. All of these are to do with Blackout Kick, pretty much. And the idea is that because you've got so much cooldown reduction and so much haste, and so many, like, abilities off of cooldown, like Fist of Fury, Rising Sun Kick, Whirling Dragon Punch, Spinning Crane Kick, all these abilities are, like, up all the time. Strike the Windlord, Slicing Winds. You actually have very little time to send out Blackout Kicks. Like, if you play this build with the old tier set, the one that has it, you actually end up in this situation where it feels kind of bad to press Blackout Kick. Because if you're ever pressing Blackout Kick, you usually have other abilities up. Like, there's very few times when you press Blackout Kick and you don't have that many other abilities up. And you actually don't need the extra chi that it gives you. Like, Blackout Kick in this build gives you extra chi, right? Because of Blackout Kick effect. Well, you actually don't need that. Like, you can get away with instead just using Inner Peace as the alternative to that. Like, you did in Season 1. You ran Inner Peace as your way of keeping energy and chi up. So basically, the idea is that, like, with this sort of build, like, Blackout Kick will do damage, but there's a world where it makes more sense to just not press Blackout Kick and instead put more power onto your heavy hitters. And it kind of works out, right? It does work out that way. Obviously, like, these are still, like, theory crafting builds and stuff, so nothing's set in stone, right? But I'd be crazy not to try stuff like try out these builds that the theory crafters have been cooking up. Because potentially this is, like, the sort of build that you'd run. Maybe it's not. Maybe it turns out that the Sims say, actually, you do still want Blackout Kick. There's a world where Blackout Kick maybe is just doing too much damage, that it's not worth dropping all these talents. But it feels good. Like, my biggest concern was that this one would maybe run into energy issues or resource issues, because I had that a little bit on training dummies. But I think that was just lack of playing it. I think just taking my brain away from relying too much on Blackout Kick as a resource and focusing more on Tiger Palm, because that's what I do a lot on live. What I don't do a lot is press Tiger Palm with Conduit, because you don't really need to. This just puts a bit more focus on Conduit, having Tiger Palm as its chi generator. So on live, you'll use Blackout Kick like all the time to generate chi instead. And it just puts all the power into that. Like, there's a world where I wish with this build, you could literally take Transfer the Power to increase Fist of Fury's damage a bit more. And if there was any talent I'd want to drop, it would be Rising Star, because it's kind of shit. But Rising Star allows you to take Whirling Dragon Punch and Revolving Whirl at the cost of only one talent rather than these two, which are Blackout Kick oriented. So that's why I'm questioning, right? Is there a world where even in AoE you drop these? Probably not. Probably it's just too crazy. You'd end up like with a lot less spinning crane kick damage, and it makes up a lot of it. I mean, potentially you just do that, right? I mean, potentially there's a world where you take Whirl and Dragon Punch and you just don't take Revolving Whirl. Is there? I mean, it's an interesting idea. Because you're still going to get Dance of the Chi-Jis. You just have to get Natty Dance of the Chi-Jis. Rather than forcing it. But is the unnatty one worth... Is Transfer the Power worth it more? I don't know. The issue is then with Transfer the Power is you're actually not pressing Blackout Kick anymore to generate Transfer the Power. It will just be Rising Sun Kick and Spinning Crane Kick, so you've actually lost a generator. But you are sending out a lot more Rising Sun Kicks and a lot more Spinning Crane Kicks. How many Rising Sun Kicks we do? 187. It's quite a lot. I don't know, I'll try it. Maybe Jadefire Stomp's going to be a thing instead of Whirling Dragon Punch. Doesn't it do something after every Fist of Fury? Forgot since you basically never look at that talent. They actually, some of the theory crafters did look at it. And I think they said, what I remember reading was that Jadefire Stomp will be in its best possible, like, chance of getting into a build with these changes. But even then, they didn't quite think it would. But obviously no sims have been generated or anything like that yet. But I did see, like, a cooked build where you took these two talents. I was like, oh god, no, please, not again. Not again. Not like this. So I think Jadefire Stomp will be at its strongest. I mean, we can even try one, right? Why not? Fuck it, we're testing stuff. Let's drop Whirling Dragon Punch. Let's drop Rising Star. See, this is the issue with Jadefire Fist, is it only happens once every 25 seconds, so that's kind of bad. Whereas this one is every 15 seconds you strike the ground. Well, I'd rather take this one. This allows me to do it myself. Unfortunately, this one's 25 seconds. If it was after every Fist of Fury, oh my god. And then, I don't even know what's good here. Increased damage and healing again. It's got to be increased damage and healing against them, right? Yeah. We can try something like this. Everybody is shaking right now at the thought of Jadefire Stomp coming back. Oh god, no, please. Oh god, no. Not like this. And then we'll go Thunder Fist. See if we can get some more prio target damage. Do you even go Drinking Horn cover? Maybe you don't. No, you do, right? Drop Ferociousness? Nah, that's crazy talk. I mean, I'll try it. I mean, this build looks fucking criminal. Also, I need a button for Jadefire Stomp. I don't know. I'm going to put it on Whirling Dragon Punches 3. Oh dear god, it's back. Everybody panic. Wait, do I have to stand in this still? How did they change this? Strike the ground, expose the path of the jade for 30 seconds. That increases your movement speed by 20% while inside. Nature damage, up to 5 enemies caught. So it's only 5 targets. Kind of cringe. Enemies and allies hit by it are affected by increased damage and healing. Okay, that's fine. So you can't reset it anymore then. So that's what sucked about this originally in Dragonflight, is that you had to stand inside of it to reset it, but that looks like it's not a thing, right? It looks like you can't reset it yourself. It's just a 15-second coolie. I hate this talent. Yeah, no, don't worry. No, a lot of people hate this talent. I don't think this is going to be the build at all. I just want to test it out. Just for the shits and giggles, you know. Thank you for the follows. Digley's Moon-Killed Sun, Camel Righterine, and Gabe Ingus. And Sprays for Days as well. Thank you all. Right, I'm gonna obviously queue up for another dungeon. Also, there's no way to get out of this dungeon. It kind of cringe. I imagine you talk to this guy and he lets you out. So I'm gonna have to. Wait, how did I do it last time? How did I get out of here last time? Oh, I know. I just teleported. I'll just teleport to Dornagal. I'm just gonna grab a drink. My throat is absolutely killing me. I won't be too long. And then we'll run this dungeon again, and we'll try out some freaky Conduit Jadefire build. And then I think I'll probably go back to Shadowpan, because I want to try and... Like, I want to make Shadowpan work. So I think it's a me issue at the moment. I'm making it not work, so I'm going to try play it better, now that I've seen the dungeon a bit more. Yeah. Alright, 2 secs. Well, 2 more secs. Can I show gear? Yeah, I can. Before I go, I'll put my gear on the screen, actually. Hold on. Oh no, the infinite loading screen. I'm about to get crashed out. GG. Yeah, I won't be right back just yet. Actually, I'll wait for this to load, make sure it doesn't break, and then I'll put my gear on the screen for you. Let's see if I've missed any. I mean, I know I've missed loads of the chat. I'm sorry, guys. When I'm in the dungeon, it's quite hard for me to like read stuff. I maybe like glance over here and there and just read the odd message. It's difficult. If Fist of Fury proccing Jadefire was good as casting it, I think it'd be a lot more usable. Yeah, me too. I think if you could, yeah, if Fist of Fury like sent it out almost every time, that'd be insane. Singularly focused Jade talent, huge prio damage. That sounds gross though. However, prio damage, I just wish both hero talents to be as close as possible to each other overall DPS wise. No, I agree. I think this season's been really good for M+ specifically. In Raid, obviously, it wasn't as close. I don't mind one being better in Raid. Okay, I tried to teleport to Dornagal, and it told me that Dornagal doesn't exist, so every character in Dornagal is dead. Dornagal's been wiped off the face of Azeroth. Unlucky, I guess. And on top of that, it put my Hearthstone on cooldown, so I'm just gonna have to run out this dungeon. Fucking awesome, right? Instance not found. What do you mean you haven't? What do you mean you can't find Dornagal? What does that even mean? Dornagal doesn't exist. Okay, I'll run out the instant. Hitting Tiger Palm more as conduit probably helps mentally for swapping to Shadowpan too. True. I don't think it's a bad thing. Like, I think that's something that, like, yeah, if you didn't play Shadowpan Season 1, well, that's not good. To help us identify the problem, please describe what you were doing when this error occurred. Riding. That's not how you spell riding. Riding my mount. Smiley face. Use the report. I'm not fucking... What do you mean use this code? Holy shit, my game's rip bozo. Help! I'm trying... Help! What is going on? I can't even Alt F4 it. Hold on, I need my mouse back. Hold on. I'm not beer at backing. I need to open up my control panel, and I don't know if it gives away my credentials. Don't dox me. Thanks. Alright, let me open up Battle.net as well again. That does show my email address. You ain't getting hold of that. Okay. Alright, I'm alive again. The game is telling me not to play Jadefire. Oh, yeah, I should have written that in the report. Switch talents to Jadefire Stomp. And then Blizzard, like, instantly respond, yeah, fam. Yeah, fam, that's why it crashed. Switch that shit off right now. I think the PTR is down. I think crashing's pretty common on the PTR. It didn't happen to me much last cycle, but, like, the amount of times I see people crashing out of the PTR is insane. Like, that tank in the first dungeon crashed, like, 4 times in a row. So I think it's all fine. I think it just didn't like what I was doing. Have I tried Shadowpan no Windlords build? I tried it for like 1/10 of a dungeon, but then the tank left or something, or DC'd and left, something like that. Someone left. So I'll try it again. It might just be the better version of it, honestly. Who knows? I'm a lot more confident with my play on Conduit. I think Conduit feels a lot more set in stone at the moment. Like, Conduit feels like the build is going to be pretty much... What the fuck is this? Can you see this? What is attached to my character? Get off! What is this? It's like... Isn't this like the seat from... You know the mounts where... The yacht? Help! What is this on my mount? Huh?
Good luck,
Alright, I'm free.
Grandmaster.
Game's cooked. This game is busted. New mount, Zuin's Yak. That's a sneak peek at the that's a sneak peek at the new Zuin mount. It's gonna cost you. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, really? I swear they've never done this. This is weird, right? They put invisible walls up. I guess it's not for going out this way, obviously. It's for coming in this way. I imagine they do not want you doing some weird skips here. But this is very uncommon for dungeons. Also, I don't... Oh, is my thing gone weird? Hold on. Yes, it has. Okay. It kind of reset itself. This is what happens on the... If your game crashes, it resets what you've done. Yeah, they put invisible walls up in this dungeon so that you can't skip, I imagine. But very weird for a dungeon to have stuff like that. It means it's genuinely for the entire purpose, I imagine, of they know you will try skip it. Don't fucking skip it. A little bit annoying. I can't even jump over this. That's crazy. Looks like a tumor on your mount. What the hell? Oh, you can't even jump over this. Let me out. Oh, no. Ah, shit. Well, it was bound to happen. Hold up. Light the net, save me. Nope. Oh, God, why do I do these things? I knew I was playing with fire as well. Oh, J5 Stomp. Okay, that does nothing. Hearthstone's on cooldown. I guess we're going Dalaran? Thoughts? I mean, I don't know where else I'd go. It's the only other Hearthstone I've got in this game. Tell me I have my Dalaran Hearthstone on. Oh, there's a chance you don't have it on this. Dalaran. Oh, cool. All right. We can escape. It is escapable. Oh, I could have Zen Pilgrimage. The only reason I didn't... Actually, no, Zen Pilgrimage would have been smart, because I could have just gone through the Stormwind portal. I was going to say there were no portals there, but there are. Same thing as Dalaran, right? I just wanted a portal to get out. Well, good news. Dalaran still exists. Dalaran hasn't been... Oh, fuck off. I'm not doing your quest.
Message for you from
Get away!
Grandmaster Height.
Message for you from Grandmaster Height. I don't want to do the Legion intro quest. Go away.
Where are you going? Hey, got
Where...
a message
Get
for
away.
you.
Get the fuck away from me. Alright, we're in Stormwind. We're safe now. Everything's okay. Halfdal just tipped $50. Huh? I just wanted to say thank you for the content you create. Just got COE and 3.4k RIO in my first season as a Windwalker, and your streams and videos helped me improve so much and so quickly. Thanks again and keep up the great work. My dude. Thank you so... I don't even have to respond to that. That's so amazing. That's really, really kind of you. You really didn't have to, but thank you so much. I'm glad I could help. And hopefully I'll be able to help for Season 3 and Season 12.0. I don't know what you call it, but yeah, many seasons to come. Yeah, but really grats on CE as well. CE and 3.4k. But yeah, thank you. That's really, really kind of you. Wow, I'm so fucking awkward, but thank you so much. Wow. The panda just wants to be your friend. No, the panda wants me to go do the Legion starter quest, and I don't want to admit how many times I've done that. A lot. Genuinely just for footage as well, like B-roll footage. I did it. Oh, thank you for the prime. It's Grom. Thank you so much. That's really kind of you as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. That was like 4 thank yous. I'll give you a 5th. Thank you. Also, I don't think I can count, but who's counting? Fuck, I'm so cooked. Okay, yes, what was I going to do? I was going to get a drink because my throat is fucking dying. Someone wanted to see my gear. This is the gear that I'm running right now, so I'll leave this on. Okay, oh, fucking, hello, I'm Boomkins, am I right? Like, you set yourself up in photo mode, and this fat owl just decides to jump in your way. Thank you, Sam, as well, for following. Appreciate it. All right, I'll be 2 secs. That's my gear if you're interested. I won't be too long. Yo, he returns. Thank you, Monster Bagay? I'm going to call you Monster Baguette because it sounds cooler. Thank you, Monster Baguette, for following. Appreciate it. New transmog looks cool. Yeah, I think it actually holds up. I think it's not too bad. I've seen worse. I've seen worse monk transmogs, right? They could have given us something like weird hat. The only thing I maybe don't like is the mask. I mean, it kind of grows on me a little bit, actually. It's not the worst thing, but I'd say it's like my least favorite of all the parts. Like, I actually like the aesthetic. I feel like a paladin, though. Do you know what I mean? I feel like one of the, like, you ever been to, what you call it? The dungeon in WoD. What's it called? The Arcadoon? Arcadoon? I think that's what it's called. Those giant sentinels. I feel like a giant sentinel. It's kind of cool, though. I kind of like the glowing gold and stuff. I think this is... I don't know what variation this is. This is the... So this is the mythic coloring. So this will be the mythic coloring. And I think there are different versions. So there'll probably be like blue, probably green as well. I imagine there'll be like a red one. I think the PvP one might be white or gold or something. But yeah, this is what the mythic version looks like. Pretty cool. I actually don't mind it. I'll probably end up rocking this for most of the next tier. All right. I think the mask's the best part. It grows on me. It grows on me. I think the tusks are a bit weird. The tusks are a bit random. But I've never been a fan of like bandanas and stuff for my character. Okay, we're gonna try this freaky ass build out. I don't expect it to do amazing. This is like a Jadefire Stomp build that makes no sense, but it's playing on the fact that we're going bockless, or potentially bockless. It's a bockless build that's been like theory crafted. Doesn't mean this will be the best build in the game, right? When the patch comes out or whatever. But right now it's just test whatever, see what works, see how it feels. The alternative to this that I've seen is that you run dual threat instead, and I think you also run... I'm not sure what you run as well. Is it the single target version? Yeah, it's okay. It's the dual threat rising star version, but I'm gonna try out the Jadefire Stomp one and just see how it feels. It'll probably feel like shit, but we'll see. I mean, it could potentially be alright, right? Because you're getting so much value from the extra damage, but who knows? Who actually knows? Let's play. Let me into the dungeon, please. I want to play the game. What is a towel group? What does that even mean? Get me in. I'm a towel now. Let me in. I don't mind doing the 16, but I'm probably just going to stick to 12s for today. I mean, I'll sign up for the 16. They're probably not going to take 2 Windwalkers, but life, lemons. Build looks abysmal, but fun. Do I have a video out of my initial thoughts of 11.2? You were my main inspiration for coming back to the monks. I'm excited to see what your thoughts on Windwalker next season. I have one video out so far that just kind of looks at the tier sets and my thoughts on the tier sets, but that's about it at the moment. To be honest, though, that's literally all that's really come out so far for Windwalker Monk, change-wise. We've had no other changes to talents and stuff, besides one. We've had one change to Vivacious Vivification, which no longer is like a 10-second cooldown where you can instantly vivify. Instead, it's after you cast Rising Sun Kick. So in combat, this is going to feel a lot better, but outside of combat, I think this will feel really bad. But seeing as, like, I think this will play really nicely for Conduit, where you're getting so many more Rising Sun Kicks that whenever you need a heal, you're pretty much going to get an instant heal on yourself, and then you could just Rising Sun Kick again and get another instant heal. So that's kind of, like, it's growing on me a little bit. I can see it being really useful for Conduit for just instant fast healings. But outside of that, it's literally just the tier set, right? So I do have like I think it's like a 9-minute video where I just talk through it and hit some target dummies. But I think like throughout the PTR cycle, I'll probably just post like some dungeon runs and stuff and just talk about what I think about it. But nothing too crazy yet. I don't got declined. That's fucked up. Getting declined? Huh? I'll sign up to the 10 as well. I just want to run a dungeon. Oh, it's Towley's group. Oh. Oh, I see. Isn't that he's the paladin, right? Yeah, I remember watching him back in Legion. Declined? What the fuck is this? That's the worst. It like sometimes I don't mind getting declined, but it's when it's the one DPS in a group that just declines you. Like, oh, what the fuck? Like, what do you mean, guys? It's the PTR. Let me play. Like, sure, these guys declined me, and then they filled out their group with an extra DPS. This guy just straight said, nah. This guy just straight up said, no, you are not playing with me right now. Oh my god. It's not as bad as being declined. The key was delisted. Okay. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. These guys just leaving me on red. It low-key feels like live servers a little bit. Come on, Elemental Shaman doing a +10. Come on. Come on, you'll invite me, right? You wouldn't leave me on red, would you? Would you? Oh no, they lost a DPS. Hey, what if I just swing it? Oh, they took another Windwalker. Okay, that. Okay. So when I signed up for it, they said, nah, fuck you. But when this other Windwalker signed up, they were like, yes, get him in. Get him in now. Understandable. Have a nice day. I got declined by the shaman. Based. Some things never change, eh? So, some things just don't change. I'm sorry, you're not a meta spec? I mean, on the plus, the only positive is there's tons of groups going. So at least that. As the PTR cycle like continues, there are less and less groups. So at least like it's day one, right? Everybody's like wanting to play the game. So there's no like shortage of groups. Eventually I will get in. But it does get to a stage where there's like no groups going, and suddenly I don't get invited to anything because I play the Windwalker spec. Oh, it also says be right back, 4 minutes still. Cringe. Don't you know Windwalker's illegal? It is illegal. True. I'm trying to smuggle myself into Ekyodome Aldani. So when am I going to want to press this? I guess straight away in the opener, and then on cooldown I want this sent out to try to get as much value as possible. The only downside is I think in your massive cooldown window, this is going to feel bad to press, no? It won't feel too bad outside of big cooldowns, like in your, I suppose your Strike of the Windlord Slicing Wind cycle. Maybe it's not too bad. How does it work again? Increase it in... So this one's the... So this one just makes it more so it hits harder. That sounds horrible. Right, okay, so this one actually makes you do tons of damage to a prio target. However, the downside to that is, like, how does it decide which target it hits in a pack? Let's say you wanted, like, really high single target damage on something. How does this decide that which target you want it to do? Maybe it, like, prios the thing that you're actually targeting. I'd have to imagine that that's how it has to work. Either way, these two talents suck. We're just going to go for the increased damage and healing by 6%. And see how it rocks. Hello, Mr. Streamer. How's it going? Are we bugged or something like that? No, we're not bugged at all. To be honest. None that I can see. On the plus side, my conduit hasn't cancelled itself yet. So that's kind of cool, right? I haven't had a single conduit cancel yet. So until proven different, it's fixed. It's not fixed, but, like, you know, until I visually see it, I can believe that it's fixed. No, I wouldn't say any bugs. I'd say that Conduit feels a lot better to play at the moment, but I think maybe I'm just not playing Shadowpan very efficiently.
Soulscribe has betrayed us.
But, like, Conduit just feels so fast-paced, so high damage. I think maybe some things will get tuned with it. Like, I think it will maybe not do the double stacking and stuff like that. I could easily see those being changed.
With our defenses down, there
But outside of that, no, we're not bugged or anything. Like, I know a few specs are bugged at the moment, I think. Like, I think Hunter's doing an absurd amount of damage. Someone was telling me last night that they did one dungeon and the Hunter, like, did burst damage of 50 million. Which, you know, like, not impossible to do that high burst damage, but on almost every pull they were doing insane damage like that. So, maybe intended, maybe not. Probably not, right? Did I notice a spinning crane kick bug so far? No, same thing. I haven't noticed spinning crane kick or conduit yet. So until proven different, they're fixed. But I really doubt they're fixed. It's funny that Jadefire does damage and healing and nothing else on the initial talent. Feels outdated. Yeah, it's crazy that this is just how it is on its own. Like this talent is probably one of the worst talents we have, just like on its own. It's crazy that you have to take 2 nodes just to make it actually do something. Like, that's insane to me. Because, like, look at the damage that it does. It does... Oh, I don't want to brag or anything, but it does 18,000 nature damage to up to 5 enemies. Oh, wow, that's a lot. That's like 100,000 damage. Wow, that's kind of crazy. Oh, they also... Oh, sorry, they suffer additional damage. So it's actually like, what, 200,000 damage? Wow, crazy ability. Goes hard. TLDR, this talent's fucking awful. I just noticed that Jadefire Stomp isn't in the Windwalker Peak Guide's priority list ability usage. It's for a good reason, right? That it's like usually a lot of the time they will add things like that. They'll add like certain abilities that you probably won't press, or maybe they aren't relevant, just in case on the off chance that you do take it. But Jadefire Stomp is so bad at the moment that it just probably isn't even worth mentioning at all. Like there's no situation where you'd ever run this, and that's why I'm running it. So you might be asking yourself, why am I running this? I want to see something. I just want to see how it feels. It's funny because you realistically could probably just run dual threat, which gives you 5% damage increase, instead of this, which gives you 6%. And they probably like equal out to the exact same thing. But I'm not about that life. That sounds too easy. Just using Stomp for science? Yeah, literally just for science. I really doubt this would be a build that goes to live. Jadefire Stomp's just in a really rough place for us. Like, Mistweavers use this ability all the time, right? Mistweavers love this, but it's just not great. But I just think it's an interesting concept, seeing as we've dropped Bok already, so this is like maybe an extra filler I can put in. Because this Jadefire Stomp is also an ability that can be used for mastery, right? So you know how you'd use Blackout Kick as an ability, like filler ability, to then double Tiger Palm? You can technically use Jadefire Stomp as an ability in between Tiger Palms because it does damage. And I already cast Slicing Winds. GG. Oh, that's not great. Guys, can we wait 20 seconds for me to get my cooldown back? No? No? Okay. Wait, can we wait 10 seconds? Guys, please. I'm going to focus the Gorger here. Oh, I regret. I mean, the burst is literally exactly how it was in the last dungeon, I'll be honest. I could not tell you if Jadefire Stomp's doing anything. We're going to pretend that it is. These are some massive pulls, by the way. Like, these are huge. The healer's dead, bro. You just left the healer to die. But
survival.
I mean, I like the idea. I like these massive pools, but the healer did just die, so. Like, these pools go hard, and I like them, but we need everybody to survive. So what would have happened there is the healer would have been healing them as they ran, and they would have stolen aggro. We'll get the third damage meter up as well. I mean, the entire dungeon's running towards us. That's kind of cool, right? I mean, are we playing this? Is this doable? I mean, I guess so. I guess we are just playing it. My tank's in trouble. I mean, so far it doesn't even feel that bad to press Jade Fire Stomp. Like, it kind of just fits in. I don't think it's good, but it fits in. It doesn't, like, steal anything from me, really. Can you imagine if they made it so that it was Jade Fire Stomp that gave you the extra heart window instead of... it was Jade Fire Stomp that gave you the heart window instead of slicing winds. Oh man, that would go crazy. I mean, we've cleared all the trash up to the first boss in 2 pools. I imagine this is probably how you're going to do it anyway. You probably do these massive pools on live when the dungeon comes out. Makes sense to probably do 2 pools. I could see a world in the MDI where they pull the entire room. I wouldn't be surprised. Look at that boy. He's going to devour us. On the plus side, we have all of our cooldowns ready to go. It's great on miss, but it should just get removed from Windwalker. Yeah, it pretty much is a dead talent. Unless they, like, reworked it somehow. But I don't think anybody even wants that. Ah, double target palm. Cheeky little bit of input lag. Classic. I promise, it's not an excuse. I mean, it feels... It's not like it feels bad, but I don't think it's like... I don't think it's giving me any extra damage, is the downside to it, which is, like, ideally what you want it for, right? I think I'd just be better off taking, dual threat. Alright, so now this guy does a massive suck in. Oh, Jesus, whatever you want to call it. And the idea is you can't let these mites get in. So you want to kill them. I imagine, like, yeah, you literally kill, like, 1 pack real quickly, and then you end up just going to the next pack. Like, using the, like, Ring of Peace will be really useful here. Wow, Monk Tech. We like that. Cooldowns have lined up pretty nicely here as well. So you can't remove whatever this is with I'm pretty sure you can't remove it with what's the ability? Diffuse magic. There's a couple of things in this dungeon I've noticed that you can remove with diffuse magic. I don't think you reflect them, which is kind of cringe because that's the entire point of diffuse magic, but whatever. But you definitely can remove certain abilities with diffuse magic. In like the coming zone that we're about to go into, there's an ability that you can remove. Oh, just don't get if you like touch that, you just get one shot. I can test it for science to show you what happens. Although, to be fair, he gains health, so probably not. Basically, anything that he eats gives him back health, and it also does big AoE damage. That's why you basically have to kill the mites, right? Like, the mites are getting sucked in. If they get sucked in, then he gains health, he does damage. It's not great.
With that thing dead, we can return to the real.
So the downside so far that I've noticed is that because I've dropped Whirl and Dragon Punch and Spinning and Revolving Whirl, right? My Spinning Crane Kick damage is super low. It's all Fist of Fury and it's all Slicing Winds. Like, Spinning Crane Kick should be way ahead of Gale Force. We'll have to have a look at like the overall at the dungeon, but potentially this is just not the play. Oh, that's done in that. I'm doing damage, but I feel like nothing's dying. Which is never what you want to... You never want that to happen, I guess. Yeah, the only positive I think about Jade Firestorm is it doesn't feel like it's like egregious. It doesn't feel like pressing it feels like you're stealing a cooldown from something else. It kind of just fits in. That by no means it's good, right? Oh my god. And the prior target here, 1,000,000% are going to be the Sentinels. Like, Sentinels are going to have to die in this dungeon. Once they hit, like, 50% health, they start going into overdrive mode. It's not called that, but they start, like, losing their minds, and they start putting all this stuff on the floor, and it just goes horrendous. So they're definitely going to be prior targets for this part of the dungeon. Uh-oh. Huh, I was not punished. That's good. Everybody watch out, there's a Sentinel. We're dead. Oh! You know what's worse than a Sentinel? 2 Sentinels. So you actually want to, kind of like Shadow Pan. Should be taking Zun's battle here at the moment. Like, it looks like Zun's battle here is going to be, like, a good take. We basically want to press that even in AoE as like so obviously like Spinning Crane Kick, you press that when it's not up. I forgot what I was talking about. Something about Spinning Crane Kick. Basically Rising Sun Kick is like a press on cooldown sort of thing. To basically reduce the cooldown of Fist of Fury. Oh, we are in danger here. We have no healer. I'm dead.
Lasted a little longer.
It definitely feels like... It definitely feels like I'm missing something important, and I genuinely think it's the fact that I'm doing no Spinning Crane Kick damage. I think that, like, the loss of Spinning Crane Kick is actually kind of crazy. It's a really good filler ability that does tons of damage. Oh my god, it's only doing 6%. That's nuts. What does Jadefire do again? So on its own, like, you have to take 2 talents to make it work, but on its own, it like basically hits and deals damage to like 5 targets. But then you take like another talent that essentially makes it so that 5 targets. It's limited to 5 targets, but 5 targets that you hit take an increased 6% damage and healing. Or I guess homies take healing 6%, so you can hit allies with it. The biggest issue with it, though, is that you might as well just take Dual Threat. Because Dual Threat just passively gives you, like, most of the time 5% extra damage. It's not 100% uptime Dual Threat. But it's a lot less tedious, and it's also not... It's not, like, capped 5 targets, right? So, like, if we pull, let's say we pull 10 mobs, only 5 of those are going to take more damage. And that's pretty bad, right? And that requires you to take 2 talents. On its own, it literally just does some damage and healing. It is a horrendous talent. I appear to have aggro of something.
I must get ready.
I appear to have aggro of a lot of things. Oh my god!
Wasn't necessary.
Good to see you again.
Holy Ellie Shaman. Calm down, buddy. Windwalker's going to be Messer. I heard Brewmaster's going to be rank 1 tank, so we don't have that slot on comp. It's way too early to tell, my dude. No one has any idea what's going to be Messer. Like, there might be like 500 tier list videos already out on YouTube, but like, they can change tomorrow.
Good luck,
That's why I'll never like say Windwalker's going to be goated next year or whatever. It's way too early to tell. We haven't even done like raid testing or anything. Brewmaster could be amazing right now. It could be right. It could be rank 1 tank right now, but in 2 weeks it could be rank 0 tank. Like, you just don't know. Like, the last thing I want to do is say, yes, Windwalker's going to be like Messer, and then you reroll to Windwalker, and then it's not Messer, and then you feel bad. That's not fun for anybody.
All of this destruction for the traitor?
Like, all I can say is, like, what I know. And what I know is that I feel like they're fixing a lot of the problems with each of the hero talents. Not even problems, weaknesses. Does that mean that's going to be, like, better and the best? I couldn't tell you. Does it mean that's going to probably, like, feel better to play? Yeah, I think so. Like, Conduit always felt awful outside of your burst cooldown windows. Now it feels, like, really engaging, fast-paced, and you do damage outside your cooldown windows. So, like, that's a positive. Is that damage going to be enough to beat other specs? I couldn't tell you. Shadowpan is nice, consistent damage usually in Season 2. But its burst damage is horrendous. Like, it just doesn't do anything.
I'm out of range.
So they're trying to fix that in Season 3, where now you actually will do some burst damage, which is cool. But is that going to be enough that it's better than Conduit? I don't know. Like, it could be. But maybe Conduit's burst is just so good as it is. Maybe just giving Conduit sustained damage is just too powerful. So probably not the answer you're looking for, but like I just cannot give you an answer on how things are going to shape up just yet. Like I could, but I'd be lying to you.
I'm out of range.
Guys, I low-key wish I wasn't running Jade Firestorm. I have regrets.
Have no time for this. Come on.
Like, the overall damage is still good and stuff, but like... I fucking hate this button. It's not even the fact that it feels bad playing it. Like, it feels fine to play it. I just know it's doing absolutely nothing. Hold up. Single target boss. We're about to pop off. We have no cooldowns. We're about to unpop off. So these javelins, these things need to die. You can't move out the circle if you're the one targeted. I'm pretty sure you just get sucked back in or you get one shot, one of the two. TLDR, I don't actually know off the top of my head. Haven't tried it. Not going to try it. We do have cooldowns coming up, but I know this boss is about to phase. So I'm not going to send out cooldowns because I've been baited before. Yeah, see, he phases. I don't know if it's time-based or percentage-based. And then every time you get one of these on you, you need to make it go through the boss. It has like stacks on it, like these circles, and then you break all of these, and then you go into big damage mode. And this is when I'll pop cooldowns. There's two mobs spawn, basically. See? So this is where we go ham. Because it's 2 target. We like that. And then it's basically just rinse and repeat. So that's, I don't know if they take more damage, but regardless, it's 2 targets. So that's probably when you're going to want to send your cooldowns, right? You're probably going to want to send your cooldowns out when you've got 2 things. They're stuck there for like I want to say like 15 seconds. It's probably more like 10. And I think if you get these javelins, it just makes sense to stand next to the boss, but not on top of each other, so you can cleave. Like, this is a relatively straightforward boss. Outside of that, there's a lot of these, like, frontal things. But they only dash to you as a player. So I think the main idea, the concept here, is that you obviously let them hit you, but you don't stand behind someone else. And I think that's the entire, like, aim of this fight. Is that you're basically just not stacking. Killing javelins. Having a good time. Nice touch of death target as well. We like that. And I think it looks like magic damage. I think it's arcane. I think pretty much everything in this dungeon does arcane damage. I don't know if you actually want to dash them through the boss. This guy just did that. I don't know. I mean, I can see it being a thing. But nothing implies that that is a thing. So I think, like, when you're, like, actually doing this dungeon on live, you're not all going to stack up like this, right? You're going to stack up in, like, a circle, or, like, roughly, you just basically, you're just going to make sure that you're not stood near the person. Obviously, it depends where your thing spawns. And damaging this does nothing, by the way. There's no point sending anything out on this right now. It's 99% DR. Please don't let me die. I'm in my cooldowns. I'll scream. Oh, it's beautiful. Yeah, I mean, it feels like 15 seconds, right? I didn't actually look at the timer for it, but it definitely feels like 15. But I think, like, the first and second boss are both straightforward. I think it's the third boss that's going to bring people troubles. I think, to be honest, as well as this, I think the third part of the dungeon is the hardest. I suppose the sentinels in this part of the dungeon are actually pretty terrifying. But outside of that, nothing is that scary trash-wise. This has got, like... Basically, we've entered June. This is June. Part 3. You've got giant, like, sand crabs. No, sandworms. Sandworms that are just going around the zone. Don't pull them out the ground. Bad things happen. You have these erratic rituals that go on, and they just do nasty damage. And you have a lot of casters as well. A lot of casters in the zone. And I think I've said it every single time we get here, that you actually have these arcane siphons. And what the arcane siphons do is if you have to channel on them, and they stack up to like 100, and once they reach 100, you get a haste and movement speed buff. But it only lasts for 20 seconds, so I'm like 900% sure that when like meta pathing routing gets done, you're going to take advantage of these by having like your tank essentially... Like, I think what's going to happen is your tank will run off, pull some packs, you will charge this thing up to get yourself the buff. Your tank's pulled all this, or pulled whatever, and then the moment the buff pops, he's brought them all back, and then you pull it all with basically a small bloodlust on you. Because the issue is now that we've got the buff, and we've already lost 10 seconds going to the next pack. By the time we get to the next pack, well, we've lost it all, right? Alternatively, maybe you don't use these at all. Yeah. That's like the main way I could see it being used, honestly. Oh, the burst is so juicy. Seeing the double Heart of the Jade Serpent, Fist of Furious end in a global just looks funny. It is insane. Like, it genuinely catches you out. Like, it'll do it less. Like, if it goes to live like this, it'll do it less once you've had practice. And then you know, like, when you know you're in a double Heart of the Jade Serpent. As well as that, what caught me out a lot as well is this weak aura doesn't update with the new time that you have. There's a good chance like a better weak aura will be developed. So basically, let's say you put a double stack out, right? So you Strike of the Windlord and then you use Slicing Winds one after another. It will still show you, it'll only show you the timer for the Strike of the Windlord one. But then the moment the time's finished, it will just pick up from where it left off. So what I'm having to do a lot now is just remember that I've got like a double stack, and I know that like my Fist of Fury is basically, I know that if I press a Fist of Fury and this is on like 0 seconds, it will still have the buff of the next one on it, ready to go. But that took a little bit of time to get used to. And someone will make a weak aura that makes it super, like, it'll fix it. But this one just doesn't do it. So you can see, like, it instantly just started off at 7, right? But it would have been a lot more useful if I knew that, like, I had that, like, 8-second one had just overlapped it. But you can't have everything. So, like, for instance, it's got 4 seconds on it. A slicing wins, which means it's gonna. I know that it's extended, so now I'm gonna have a 5-second one on top of that. So it's just knowing that you've got like another one like continuously flowing, and another one on top of that. You know what I mean? But in an ideal world, there's a weak aura that essentially shows you the updated time on it, rather than have it refresh. I'm sure you know what I mean. Or if not, pretend you know what I mean. How's Conduit feeling with the new set? Insane. Like, it's generally so fun. It's just crazy fast paced. Like, it definitely feels like it irons out like the kinks. You're just basically continuously playing on a infinite cooldown reduction. You've got constant Fist of Furies up, like constantly sending out Fist of Furies. Your Slicing Winds is doing insane damage because you're constantly sending out Slicing Winds. My health bar is also instantly dropping. That's kind of cool. Just overall, it's just really fast paced. But like, you get used to it. Like initially, it's like really like, oh shit, am I even gonna be able to keep up? But eventually, you just get into the Zen state. You transcend. I am going to hold coolies here because I think this pack just dies. Oh, okay, those cannot be paralysis unless I pressed it too late. We're going to say it can't be paralysis. I'm going to say like 80% of the things that damage you in this dungeon are just dodgeable. It feels like they've, there's a lot less casters comparatively, and there's a lot more dodging. A lot of line abilities, a lot of goop on the floor. Got to go. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's sad. So Conduit actually feels like Monk playstyle. It feels like fast, like I've seen someone describe it as Fast Walker in like its purest form, and it does just feel like Fast Walker. Did this tank just not say he's leaving?
Good to see.
It was the only place
What?
our
The tank said got to go, but he's still here. Am I crazy? am I crazy? I did read that, right? I'm maybe crazy. Maybe he just meant got to go, finish this dungeon. Yeah, the more I play this, the more I just get used to not pressing Blackout Kick. Like, there feels like there's never really, like, a situation where you need to press it. Like, I guarantee I've pressed it way more than I should have this dungeon, but, like, you'll constantly see it at 4 stacks, and you might be thinking, why are you not pressing Blackout Kick, dude? Are you okay in the head? No, I'm not okay in the head, but I'm also not pressing Blackout Kick because this build is a Blackout Kick-free build. It has no damage buffs to Blackout Kick. Blackout Kick doesn't really give you chi or anything. Essentially, you're just not pressing this button because it doesn't do anything in this build that I'm running. All the damage comes from fists and slicing winds and spinning crane kick. Okay, you know he did actually have to go. Unlucky. That's all right. We just won't see the last boss. It's like, well, we will see the last boss because I'm gonna run the dungeon again. I think I'm just gonna run out the instance. Because teleporting to Dornagul, then running all the way to Stormwind, then teleporting is just too much effort. I'm just gonna run out. Oh, we can abandon. Oh, so yeah, for anyone interested, this is a new abandoned instance thing that's coming out. where you need to vote on whether you leave or not. And if someone leaves, like the rogue or I guess the rogue technically took the punishment. Because if you leave before the vote goes through, you will get like, you basically just get in trouble, and eventually you'll get like a red mark against your name that everybody can see. So if you go to LFG and someone's left too many groups, it will tell you that this guy is a dungeon leaver. So that's interesting. And now I can leave the dungeon without penalty because enough players either left and got the penalty or we voted to leave. So those are your two options.
Offers no second chances.
Basically, we're playing League of Legends. And FF15s get put out. What 4-piece feels stronger at the moment? Just... I'd say Conduit, if I had to pick one. I think maybe Shadow Plan I'm not playing very well at the moment. Or I can play it better. But Conduit just... well, for starters, I'm a lot more confident on Conduit. I play it a lot more. And I can, like, actively just see the power of it. Like, it just feels so fun to play. On top of doing, like, a ton of damage just in cooldowns, outside of cooldowns. So I'd say definitely the Conduit one feels stronger right now. But it doesn't mean the Shadow Pan one's bad. Maybe I'm just not playing it right. Can people kick you from the group and force the marker? I'm not sure. I'm gonna say no, right? Like, there's no way they allow that. Otherwise, you're gonna get people that literally their sole purpose in this world is to make people get this mark on them. Like, they will straight up just kick people repeatedly. So I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say that would be so toxic, right? Can you imagine? Thank you for the follow, Ribbit and David94. Appreciate it. Alright, this build sucks. That's my final answer on this one. I don't know. I feel like... Tell me I haven't deleted my log from previous attempts. No, I haven't. So this is my overall for this one, right? And you can see the damage Fist of Fury slicing wins, and Spinning Crane Kick does, like, nothing, because you're barely proccing it. And then you look at this one. Oh, it has, hasn't it? Oh, why? You're literally there. I can press you. Don't be like this. Bro, you're literally there. I can see you. Oh, that's annoying. The TLDR is, I think that losing so much Spinning Crane Kick damage feels really bad. I don't know if this is actually... I don't know if this is actually the play. Probably not. I feel like... Yeah, especially with M+, I feel like Revolving Whirl is just so good. The only thing I don't like about it is I feel like a lot of the time I get screwed over trying to press Whirling Dragon Punch, because Fist of Fury and Rising Sun Kick come off of cooldown so often that... You ever play you play Windwalker, right? And like you press Whirling Dragon Punch as Rising Sun Kick comes off, and then Whirling Dragon Punch says, "No, you can't press me," even though like you're mid pressing it. This happens so often. So often I get like screwed trying to press a Whirling Dragon Punch because the cooldowns are so short now. So that's maybe my downs. Like that's my feel bad from this. Very minimal feel bad. Why can't I take this? What am I? Oh yeah, we dropped transfer the power. So this is like the actual build I was running that I think is good. One of the alternatives is still dropping that, but taking these two instead, I think. We're gonna try Shadow Pan again. And we'll try the lightning build. And we'll see if I can play it better. The biggest issue of this is just trying to keep the uptime of the buff and also getting good shadow procs. Whereas Conduit doesn't rely on you getting a Wisdom of the Wall buff. I feel like Shadow Pan kind of does. But also, like, trying to keep the 20 stack is actually quite difficult when you're trying to dodge 100 abilities and interrupts, and you're trying to, like, move out of mechanics and stuff. Like, you have to get you essentially have to get 2 Tiger Palms every 5 seconds. Which sounds easy, right? It's not that easy when you're super low on energy a lot of the time as well, because obviously you're sending out... Every 5 seconds you have to send out 2 Tiger Palms. So energy ends up being quite punishing. But the burst is nice. When you get the burst off, it is nice. We'll try this one. We'll go back to do a Shadow Pan. And we'll put on the crazy trinket that gives us insane agility. And we'll put on our haste ring just to give us a bit more play on energy. Oh my god, my ears have done it again. I honestly feel like I'm in an airplane. We'll just keep doing 12s because I think 12s are pretty good for today. Just as a... No need to be like pushing dungeons just yet. We'll try to join this one. Good luck getting in. We'll try to join this one. And I'll queue up for the 10 as well. Shit, maybe Towler will let me in. Or do I have to like message him and say, yo, I'm a Towler? Is that what they call themselves? Yo, I'm a Towler. I don't know. What do Towley people call themselves? Like towels? I don't know. I just said I'm a Towler. Maybe that gets me in. Shit, doesn't get me in. I didn't say the code word. Anyway, I got into a group regardless. Where'd you get the tier gear on the PTR? You can get it in 3 locations. In Stormwind, by the auction house, there's loads of vendors. They give you them there. In Dornagul, just by the keep. So you know where the big like castle is at the top, just in the courtyard. Below that, you can get them there. And if you're in Orgrimmar, I couldn't tell you, but I had to guess. Probably also by the auction house, right, in the main hub. But I don't actually know in Orgrimmar. I've never been there for the PTR. Do you mind showing us some Shadowpan? Hell yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. You ever hear the sound of it's activating? It's annoying. No, what's that? It's activating, it's annoying. Like on the PTR? I have no idea. I feel like I'm out of the loop. Oh, the sound of Whirling Dragon Punch activating. No, I don't think I have. Is that a weak aura, potentially? Maybe like I hear it, but it's like so ingrained in my head that I don't notice it. I literally just look for the glow. I see it glow, I press. I don't think I've ever noticed an activating noise. What's good about lightning is it also makes other wall buffs feel better when you lightning after proc, even if you didn't get shadow buff. Yeah, that's true. I think lightning will feel really good with the 20 stacks from flurry strikes as well. Like, I'm not opposed to the lightning build, but I'm not discounting the slicing winds build. Like, slicing winds goes really hard. I also think like I don't think it's a bad build. I haven't really been able to fully test this out in a dungeon because we didn't finish it. But I think being able to get like Gale Force with like your big flurry strikes is pretty cool. And Slicing Winds just does a lot of damage at the moment. Like it just hits like a truck. But iconically, Shadowpan should theoretically do more damage with lightning, right? It works. It synergizes best with Shadowpan. It has done for the entirety of like season 2. Lightning is for Shadowpan. So maybe if I get to finish this whole dungeon, we get a good idea of it. That's the idea anyway. Thanks for all your guides and vids, bro. Big help coming back to the game and after not playing Windwalker for some time. No worries, my dude. Ribbit. Glad I can help. Glad I can help. Windwalker. Not sure if... No, I've done that one. Yeah, I think we're just literally waiting for a healer. So yeah, just like on live, right? Healers and tanks. But I think I actually think you might get more tanks at the moment than healers. Healers feel a little bit in short supply. Is it high impact time? Fucking absolutely not, but... Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine actually rolling with high impact? It'd be a funny world. I just don't think it's actually ever viable. Because, like, straight off the bat, single target bosses, this is a completely useless. Just having extra crit strike just is insanely better. Plus, it's actually not that much damage. I suppose it, like, does 140,000 to everything around it. But even then, you need, like, massive... Like, I'd say... If there was ever a dungeon this would have been good, it would be Cinderbrew Meadery. And if we didn't run it there, well. And, like, I've had the debate of Drinking Horn cover or Spiritual Focus. I don't know. I think it's going to have to be... drinking... Like, I prefer running Spiritual Focus on Shadowpan, just in general. For more Storm, Earth, and Fires. But I think you want to get as much value out of your burst window as possible. And if the idea is... Like, because I initially started with the idea that you probably want to send both Storm, Earth, and Fires in your burst window. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe the case is actually you just want to send one. Well, if you just want to send one, then you want that one to be as long as possible to get as much value. I still think there's a world where sometimes you send two. Like, maybe in your opener, you'd send two. Like, your initial pull in a dungeon, if it's a massive one. Basically, I think Shadowpan's going to be a lot more... I don't know. It feels a lot more, like, complex. I feel like I have to think about this a lot more in terms of, like, how to get the most out of it. Where Conduit just feels like... Oh, just take your standard talents, press your buttons, damage go brr. This feels like I'm like having to like think about every single talent, like what's going to actually make this as strong as possible. Like, is there a world where you play 1 minute 30? What if there is, you know? So you play Storm, Earth, and Fire as 1 minute 30. You get more burst windows out for longer periods of time. But then you don't get the value of this trinket. And I think this trinket's massive. But what if it's not? Like 2 minute... I don't know. 2 minutes just feels so good for this.
Listen to all voices, Grandmaster.
Use it every other, potentially, could be a thing. But you never want to have... You never want to be forced to use a trinket every other. I don't know, I'm very locked into the idea of just running 2 minutes for Shadowpan. What's looking like the biggest spec? I don't know, it's a little early. I've only done like 4 or 5 dungeons overall. I'd say Conduit, like just from like what I've seen so far, Conduit feels stronger. But I think Shadowpan I think has the potential. I just think I'm not doing it correctly, if that makes sense. Like I just don't like. I think like when I ran like my full Shadowpan dungeon, it was the first time running the new Shadowpan burst in the dungeon, and I messed up a lot. Like I lost a lot of uptime on my 20 stacks. Cooldowns were a little bit all over the place, so like it could definitely be refined. Whereas Conduit was, I feel like Conduit, even if you mess up a little bit, you're not even that. It doesn't even feel like you're that punished for it. Which is crazy. Whereas Shadowpan, I feel like if you mess up as Shadowpan, you are so punished. Like, because if you drop your 20 stacks, you can, like, you essentially pretty much cannot get your 20 stacks back. Like, you can, but you essentially have to send out 2 flurry strikes again back to back, and neither of them are fully buffed with the 20%. So if you drop it, like, if you drop your against all odds, your burst window's like cooked. You've essentially lost 20% agility, which is a lot of agility, right? Because we're talking baseline 86,000. My character is right now, plus 45,000. So like let's say 120,000 agility that I'm at when I pop my cooldowns, plus 20% of 120. Holy shit, I can't math. 24,000. So, like, what were we talking? Like, 146,000 agility. If you lose some of that, that's just bad. It just sucks. Yeah, where are all the tanks at? Oh, no, healers. We got a tank. Ignore me. On the plus side, we can have a little... Let's go see the raid whilst we're just waiting for this. Because the raid's over here, and you can fly over to it. Obviously, you can't go into it just yet. And we'll do the raid tomorrow. We got heroic bosses tomorrow, so that'll be tomorrow evening. Let's have a look at it. It's very ominous. It's like a citadel in the sky. Shadowpan has a lot more intricacies to it now. Could have a lot to squeeze out of it. Yeah, no, for sure. I think Shadowpan... The difficulty of Shadowpan, I think, has gone up. Not that Conduit, I think, hasn't got harder as well. I think Conduit also has got harder. But hard's not a bad thing. And it's not like, I don't think either of them are hard. But they've got more difficult. Oh shit, I'm about to be zapped. Everybody, back up, back up. So this is So this is the raid, and the idea is that you essentially sneak in through the back door, like we go in through the pipeline. For some reason, these stupid ethereals decided to put their pipeline over here to an area that we can get to, but yep, it's not very smart of them. And it houses what is apparently the biggest boss they've ever made, which, spoiler alert, isn't actually that big when you're in the raid fight, I don't think. I've obviously not seen it, but I've seen like the boss room and stuff, because people were able to like look at it in Blender and stuff. And the boss room's big, don't get me wrong, but it's not like the boss room isn't the size of Stormwind, which was implied, right? The boss is meant to be the size of Stormwind, which would be ridiculous for a boss room, right? Like, can you imagine your two groups? Like, can you imagine? Like, first off, imagine how it's setting up. You wipe on a pool. All right, guys, we're gonna have to run to our positions for the first like 2 minutes to get back into position to set up for our next pool. Like, I imagine the model probably is, but the room is nowhere near. So I imagine like the platform's probably like near his head or something, where like his body goes down for ages, right? So he is technically the size of Stormwind. Fun fact, there'll be dragon riding on that boss. If you enjoy dragon riding, we'll be dragon riding on that boss. If you don't enjoy dragon riding, unlucky. Unlucky. Maybe we just fight his toes. Well, I think the idea of the fight is that you move up his body or something like that. Like from the adventure guide, it like suggests, and also like seeing like the raid plans and stuff. The idea of it is you can't really tell from the, can you? Yeah, so you have these stages, right? And each stage are a different part. So you start on the bottom platform, and then Event Horizon, I'm pretty sure that's when you start dragon riding. You've got like, I don't know, you dragon ride through certain things, you know. Kind of think Tindril, yeah. You're basically doing Tindril. You're flying up his body, I think, and then you get to the next platform and you do some shit there, and then you get to the final platform. So I think the idea is that you move up him. Like he is big, so but you're not fighting on his body. They're genuinely platforms. As you move up, and then you win. I don't know. They said it's the size of Stormwind. Yeah, I think its body is going to be, but you're definitely not going to... I don't know how it's going to... I don't know where the platform is in correlation to where his body starts, right? Because if the... Like, the platform is... The platform's big, but it's not stupid ridiculously big, which means that it can't be at the bottom of him, right? Because apparently the bottom of him is meant to be the size of Stormwind, right? If it was, the platform would be genuinely the size of Stormwind. So I imagine you probably start the fight somewhere near like his chest or something, and then move up and fight him. Who knows? We'll find out. It's like the one boss you're not allowed to test, so... thank you for following Shirtpan8. And is the new cape available on the PTR or not yet? I can't find it. However, you need the cape to do the raid bosses, but I do know 100% that once you're inside the instance, there should be a vendor in there that sells it, because you have to use the cape for certain mechanics on the first boss 100%. And I'm pretty sure on the last boss you also have to use it. Or maybe the last two bosses you have to use the cape. So I haven't found a vendor in the open world. And maybe there is one, I just haven't found it. But there'll definitely be one inside the raid. Tomorrow. So at least that, right? Just gotta wait. Gotta wait to get my special cape. My Randy Wraps, is it called? Randy Wrap? Deathwing type fight where you break his armor. I don't think it's like Deathwing. I don't know how, like, what it's gonna be. Like, apparently you fight his arms. I think you initially fight his arms, from what I've heard. And then you move up him, and then you fight, I guess you're fighting trash packs and stuff. Oh no, the healer just said, oh, wait a sec. GG. We just waited like 10 minutes for a healer, and he just said, oh, wait a sec. Oh, no. Okay, it's good. Okay, I thought I was about to say, got to go. The PTR classic of got to go. Like, I'm imagining, like, the entire fight you're hitting, like, his hands or his torso or something, and there'll be ads, and there's, like, some gravity gimmick as well. I haven't looked too much into it. I've looked more into the other bosses, to be honest, because like that's the one boss I can't really do any prep for PTR, is the final boss, because you can't go see him on PTR. But there's some cool boss fights. A lot of like single targety boss fights to a degree. Some pretty heavy ad fights.
Soulscribe has betrayed us.
Alright, back on Shadowpan. Got our like 7 trackers up, ready to track everything at once. And we are running the lightning build for this. Try to get some good burst damage to start with. I think we'll go for the 180 energy play initially. So it does require like a bit of a build up. So Fist of Fury, then Tiger Palm, Rising Sun Kick, Tiger Palm, and then we send. I mean, it's not bad damage, but it's not quite what everybody else is doing. It's not quite the 20 million conduit burst, is it? And I'd love to use the ye old thing that... Oh, it's fine. The burst isn't really what matters, right? Because Shadowpan is all about... Shadowpan's all about sustained damage. However... Conduit's now about sustained damage. On the plus side, we're getting a lot of shadow procs here, so at least that. And instead of sending up both Storm, Earth, and Fires at the start, I've decided to try like split them up a little bit now. So far so good. Ow. Oh my god, people are dying. Save Big Shaq. So I guess the question is here, it's just 2 ads, right? I guess we're going to kill them before I get my cooldown, so actually it's not the end of the world. But I feel like there's a lot more prep involved. Like when I know Zuin's coming up, right, I need to think to myself, okay, how much energy do I need to be on? Things like that. I'm not going to send anything on these 2 trash packs, and I know I'm on 20 stacks of lightning. I'm just trying to get one more proc here so that I can get the 10% buff on the lightning. I don't know how much more of a value that is compared to holding it for a few seconds, but I think it's worth it. Oh, I just realized something. Wait, no, am I crazy? No, I'm crazy, ignore me. I haven't realized anything. That's not too bad. I mean, we are playing 2 minutes and I'm holding my cooldowns here, but it's just we're slow on killing this trash. I think you probably pull the trash into these destroyers. But it does mean I can start the boss, like, straight away. And I'm actually not going to send a Tiger Palm out here. I'm on 180 energy. So this is what I mean, right? I'm at 180 energy, so I want to fully start on this boss with everything all at once. So rather than expend and then have to build up, I'm just going to full send on him straight away. And it will basically be in the exact position I want him to be in. Or not? It didn't... Hello? It didn't expend any of my shadows. This game's so fucking bugged, dude. What? Okay, so you know how I said I was in the perfect position? Well, it literally didn't send any of my shadow. Like, it didn't send any of my flurry strikes, is what I'm trying to say. Like, it should have expended flurry strikes instantly on the Tiger Palm after I sent out Storm, Earth, and Fire. Instead, it just said no. Instead, it literally just said no, I'm not sending them out. So we got a little bit fucked there. I'd probably have to rewatch the footage to see what happened there. But it essentially just said, no, I'm not sending out flurry strikes. That's it, dog. Ads have spawned, so I'm actually going to try double stack up here. For the sole purpose of, I have lightning as well. So I wanted to try and get like a good lightning prop there. So I'm a greedy little goblin. Oh, Wall and Dragon Punch, but be careful about it. So we have lots of mites here. Mites on both sides. I'm going to Ring of Peace them. No! Alright, we're good. And then once again, it's just waiting for cooldowns. I'm flabbergasted why that setup didn't work how I wanted it to. I was at 180. I sent Zoo in into Storm, Earth, and Fire. And then I... Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury, but neither of them sent out. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy, but I'm not crazy, right? Does a crazy person ask themselves if they're crazy? And then once again, I think the boss is too low health for me to send out cooldowns here. So I think this is just another wait for the next trash pack. So the next trash pack's going to be a big one. Yeah, I feel, yeah, it would just be a waste to send it out on this dude right now. But I can try build up again. So I'm at 190 stacked, which is exactly where I want to be. I want to be on 190 because you know what that means? It means the next time I proc it, I should send out Flurry Strikes, right? That's, you know, like we just talked about. So once again, I'm in the perfect situation. 190, 10 stacks. This guy's Giga damage. He just said, I also have Giga damage. Pull it all. So Zuin, Storm, Earth, and Fire, Tiger Palm, Fist of Fury. Should send out 20 stacks instantly. I'm just going to wait. I'm going to wait here for him to stack them all up. I want to get as much value as possible. Okay, and this time, it didn't do it. You fucking... Game, are you broken? I mean, I managed to salvage it. Kind of. That guy really did a good damage.
I cannot build more.
Ah, we lost it. We just didn't quite have enough energy for a Tiger Palm. Yeah, so that Warlock did truly have Giga damage. Me, I had shit damage. But it did it again. I was at 190 stacks. And it should basically, because I'm above the threshold, my next Tiger Palm should always send it out. And the Tiger Palm did, but the Fist of Fury didn't. Is this game okay? This is a massive pull with no cooldowns. I'm a little bit worried. Maybe it'll be okay. It hurts. I'll tell you that for free. Try and knock these in. Oh, no, so stupid. Oh, everybody died. That would have gone better if I had my if I had my macro. Not that I probably wouldn't have died, but having to cast Ring of Peace, cringe. What if it's a weird thing where it won't allow more flurries to activate while you're actually just charging flurries? I'm not sure. This didn't happen on the last dungeon. Like, you kind of low-key want to get to 180, but I am at more than 180. So maybe that's the issue. But it really shouldn't be. I don't know. I need to rewatch the footage. And the healer... the healer just left. We're going to say they DC'd, but between us, that healer just fucking bailed. Oh, tell me I can get it out. Tell me I can get it out, please. Yes, just. We won't be able to get another one, though. But that's okay. Healer? We don't need a healer. In this climate. I don't need them. Oh, they're back. Okay, we do need them. I lied. We're on Shadow. Oh, the Shadow hits so hard. And by hard, I mean less than whatever the Shaman's doing. I mean, it's arguably, it's like not bad damage. Like, it's 6 million. Which is not great, right? Scaled to 611 eye level. And all the damage is coming from Flurry Strikes, right? 14%. But I don't know, it just feels like it should be more. Like, it genuinely just feels like I should be doing more than what I'm doing. Anyway, we'll build this up, get a nice 10 stack crack with Jade Lightning. That's kind of nice. And then in terms of cooldowns, I mean, we're a little bit far out for anything, so we're just going to be cooldownless for a while. I don't know if this purple goop actually hurts you, if it just slows you. It feels like it just slows you. I'll check. Yeah, no, it hurts. It hurts. Alright, so don't stand in the purple goop. Okay, we will have cooldowns for this. I'm at 130 stack, so I actually think in this situation, I'm just not going to expend. Like, I'll expend now. See, and that worked. That worked. But we're at, like, awkward stacks now. And we just about got that one off. Oh, please. Oh! It's just, it sounds crazy, but I feel like there's, like, actually more management than with Conduit. And, like, you think that doesn't sound, like, right. You think, oh, well, doesn't Conduit have, like, insanely fast gameplay now and cooldowns? It does, but this actually feels harder to micromanage. So I'm trying to micromanage, like, 2 things at the same time. Whilst also, you know, looking at ads, interrupting, playing the game. I'm trying to, like, basically juggle these 2 trackers. I'm sure it'll get easier. But I guess with Conduit, all I'm trying to balance is my my abilities. We can get one more shot off here, and then we can send out the lightning, so at least it's like increased by agility. Yo, this Shaman kind of going hard, no? What's he doing? Tempest. Oh, yeah, they did change Shaman, actually. I know about that. I mean, Crackling Jade Lightning's ramping up. Oh, it's such a big pull, but I have nothing to... I've got nothing to send. Alright, we can send now. We just won't have a Zoon for this, which is kind of cringe. We did get the floor. I mean, we were in the Shadow Proc that entire time we had Shadow Procs, and that was a big pull. And I'm doing like 9 milli. I guess I'm just that reliant on having Zuin and the agility buff from the trinket. It's like Flurry Strikes is where I'd expect it damage-wise, but eh. Alright, once again, we'll send this out. We should get 20 there, and then Crackling Jade Lightning. We'll try drag these out a little bit. All right, so at least we got the full 20 stack the entirety at that time. Makes a change, right? Pretty sure I just ran that on top of someone. My bad. My bad. Alright, now we're basically just waiting. I think what I'm gonna... Oh, that's awkward, actually. I'll probably end up... So I'm at 199 now. So because I'm at 199, I'm probably gonna try send out on the... Send out everything on this next thing. So it'll be the 2 targets, right? Oh, go on, pop. We've hit, like, tons of these through you. Can I get a lightning off here real quick? I'm going to send it out early just to hit the 2 targets with it. And then he should do that phase again. So I'm not going to send out my 2 minutes. I'm just going to wait. I don't know if it's health-based. I think it feels like it's health-based. Like, it feels like he does it at 80. And then maybe he does it at, like, 20-ish? I mean, it could just be time-based. It's really hard to tell without actual timers, surprisingly. Definitely around 80 though, but that could just be a time thing. If he does it at 20 here, then I think it is health based. Go on, do it. I dare you. Do it, motherfucker. You won't. Alright, it doesn't appear to be health based then. He is doing it again though, no? Oh, yeah, we just won't get him.
I do not have a target.
And then I'm not sending out cooldowns on an 8 on an 8% boss. Shadowpan feels a bit jank. I don't know, I just feel a bit disappointed in it at the moment. And like it genuinely could easily just be me playing it poorly. Like that is 1,000,000% possible. But I don't know. Like, because I hyped up in that video because I was like really excited about like the burst playstyle, but like burst just doesn't feel like burst. Like when I think burst, I'm thinking conduit doing 25 million damage on like barely any ads, and Shadowpan you'd think should be doing that, but it feels like it's not. Oh shit! Look at this forbidden tech. Oh my god, we're gamers. We're gamers. We're just going to skip the entire zone. Uh-oh. It's a sandworm. Everybody stay calm. That is 1,000,000% pulling, but sure.
Good luck, Grandmaster.
It is not ready.
Alright, I got Shadow straight away, so if like we're going to have a good like attempt on damage for AoE, like this is genuinely it. I'm going to send out double Storm Earth and Fire as well, because this is just going to, like, help highlight it. And it's like, it feels like it's nothing. It's 8 million. These guys are doing 8 million. And look, that's all Flurry Strikes. That's Shadow Flurry Strikes, doing all my damage. Like, that just feels bad. No? Am I... And I think I played that rather well. Like, I kept up time. I got the double Storm Earth and Fire. I got Shadow Proc first. And no time did I let my stacks drop. I got a full Lightning with the 20 stacks as well, which is what you want. Like, it wasn't like a humongous pull, but it wasn't like there weren't, like, no ads. It was relatively decent. Like, let's just put it this way. It was more than 4 target dummies. Am I in that? I am in that. Like, put it this way. I'm doing 6 million damage right now with no cooldowns. Uh-oh, I'm in that. No, I'm not in that. Also, it's really hard to see these dashes on this sand. I think I said it in like the first dungeon I did, but I think they should maybe increase the brightness of this, the warps, right? Like on this sand texture, that's really, really hard to see. I know that Blizzard Light making it so some things are hard to see, but that is a little bit hard to see on the white sand. Alright, another big pull. Our stacks are actually pretty poor here. So we're going to build them up first, and then we're going to send. Okay, so that was better. We got to 11 million there. Look, the positive side is that Flurry Strikes actually does damage now. Like, that is the big takeaway from all of this. It's like, previously, Flurry Strikes would do no damage in your dungeon. So, like looking at the positive side of things, like, Flurry Strike actually contributes now. Like, you actually do damage with it. Where previously, like, Flurry Strikes was such an afterthought for Shadowpan. In Season 2 especially. In Season 1 it wasn't too bad. Flurry Strikes did do some damage. In Season 2, it was genuinely just like, why am I even pressing this button? So at least they fixed that. I'm happy about that. But like when I just compare the damage to Conduit, I'm like, hey, this feels shit. On the plus side, we'll get to see the last boss. If you haven't seen the last boss yet, you'll get to see that. Probably, I don't know, I don't think any bosses in this dungeon are particularly hard, actually. Like, when you think Operation Floodgate, there were some terrifying bosses in that dungeon, right? In this dungeon, like, they're all rather simple. I genuinely think they could do some tuning, make them harder. Like, the Devour dude's chill. You just basically don't get devoured and kill the ads. Maybe it gets harder the higher the level is, because the ads get more health. But other than that, the sucking's not even that bad. The second boss, right? Just don't stand in front of someone else's line. And that is all you do. And destroy javelins. Pretty simple. And this boss is essentially like the same thing, where it's just dodge lines and pick up your soul. Although I think this boss can be min-maxed. So every time you pick up your soul, you get a damage buff. And you can stack it up 3 times. So I think you're going to be able to like maybe pick up 2 at once. And then once you picked up 2, you delay the third one just to keep the damage amp rolling. Alright, we'll do a bit of build-up here. So Fist of Fury. And then we're on 145. And then I'm just going to send out here. Send out lightning as well. So there's my clone. I need to get this real quick. Grabbed it just before the buff went off. And now I have like a 10-second buff on me. But it gets worse. It's P2. There are 3 clones of you that you need to grab. And you can't let them get hit by mechanics. Otherwise you get a debuff, right? So... Well, I guess this is pretty bad. I guess you don't want to stack up here. Oh, my clone's going to get hit. So my clone got hit there, and I got a big haste reduction, and I take a nasty dot. So on top of all of you having to spread out, you have to find your little clone thing and pick it up. Like your fate bound is what they call it. So here again, you know, pick it up. Basically, pick up the souls before they get hit by a mechanic is the name of the game. And then this one, he sends out 3 of them. Here we go. So 1 over here, I don't want that to get hit first. And then this one, and then I wait for the cast to go off before I get the last one. And now I just play the game. So that's like the general idea of how you play this boss. Oh. So that should have sent out double stacks. Ooh, I don't know. I heard Acodome is going to be a pain to pug. I really don't think so. I've heard, like, I literally heard people saying that in trade chat. I have no idea what they were on about. Like, I genuinely cannot think of any part of this that I think is a pain to pug. I think that they've been generous on casters for a change. Like, if I compare this to something like the Rookery, yeah, where there are so many casters, I actually think it's not too bad. There's a lot of dodge mechanics, sure. But, like, nothing really needs communication. I think people are tweaking. I honestly think people are tweaking. I'd say, like, a dungeon like Floodgate is harder to pug than this. Granted, I've been doing plus 12s, right? Uh-oh. Like, even then. I don't know. Nothing about this strikes me as, like, crazy hard to pug. I don't really know what... Like, it's not like there's a boss that needs, like, proper communication tactics or anything. Like, you all need to be, like, talking to each other or aware of what other people are doing. Not really. I'd say it's rather... I'd say it's a chill dungeon. And it's quite short as well. Time is only 31 minutes, so it's on the shorter end. And you can see we finished this in about 25 minutes with 8 deaths. Obviously not finished, we need more percent, but... It's not even a long dungeon. I think this part of the dungeon's probably got the most casters and stuff, and probably the hardest at the end, but even then. Couple interrupts here, couple interrupts there. I've seen worse, if that's what I'm saying. I've run Priory enough times to know that, like, this dungeon is chill. You wipe enough Priories, and nothing can hurt you anymore. Yeah, I guess I need to, like, understand what people are saying is, like, the main part of this dungeon that people think is, like, the big issue. Like, pug-wise. But when I think of someone saying something's not, like, going to be good for pugs, I think, okay, it's got to have to be something that would be easy to do with communication then. And there's nothing in this dungeon that strikes me as you need communication. I've only run it 4 or 5 times though, so maybe I missed something. Oh. Like, you got a few casters. I wouldn't say like you don't have casters. Oh shit. Oh no. We've done it now, boys. How does this happen every time? How does this happen every time? We pulled the sandworm. GG. Unless maybe if this is what they're talking about, the giant sandworm, then maybe. Because I somehow have managed to pull this on every single run that we've done. So yeah, I suppose if this is what they're referring to, then sure. But I think it's just more of a like a. I mean, it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's that crazy to avoid. It's new. We'll just take a week or two for people to get comfy. Yeah, exactly. It's just something people have to get used to, learn. And I think we'll go through quite a few changes. I don't think anything is egregious in this dungeon, to be honest, or crazy difficult. I'm just disappointed.
Good luck,
Oh,
Grandmaster.
they got Lily of the Eternal Weave. I'd love to nab that off of them. So that would be I'd use that. Although technically House of Cards is technically better scaled at the moment, which is stupid, but yeah. Wait, this guy just got leave a penalty. He left the party, and now it says another player has left the instance. You can now leave without a penalty. So even though we completed the dungeon, this guy just got penaltied. Unlucky. Better luck next time. Better luck next time. Yeah, obviously that's not meant to happen, I guess, if you finish the dungeon. But yeah, they just got punished for leaving. Lol. I don't know. Do I have a conduit one to compare this to? Did I wipe it? I wiped it. Of course I wipe it. I always wipe my DPS meters. Like, this is really, like, compared to, like, my previous one, I think the damage is a lot better than what it was. Like, Flurry Strike's now at the top, and Shadow is way higher than what it was. So I'm definitely playing this better at this point compared to what I was. Crackling Jade Lightning is actually, I think this is lower than what Slicing Winds was. So in my mind, I'm actually thinking, is this good? Maybe. Maybe they're on par with each other. I don't know. I just feel like I'm disappointed a little bit with Shadowpan after today. I went in, like, being more excited to play Shadowpan, because I thought the burst would be, like, really exciting. But, like, I don't know. It feels like every... Here, can we look at the trash breakdown? Like, where did I do the most damage? It's not, it doesn't really show me. I don't know, I just feel like it just doesn't do what I was expecting it to do. Like, when I played Conduit, the damage was humongous, and the damage outside of cooldowns was also huge. Shadowpan, it felt like, in my massive cooldowns, the damage didn't feel great. I mean, it could be like a trinket thing, right? Maybe I'm just not running... Maybe this trinket's actually not as good as I thought it was. Maybe 1 minute 30 might be better. There's a lot of things maybe that need testing. But I'm just a little bit disappointed, I think, in how Shadowpan performed. A bad craftsman always blames his tools, though. Am I right? A poor cook blames his spatula. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. What's better at the moment, Shadowpan or Conduit? I don't know. Really early to like tell which is going to be better and what not. But just from my personal testing today, which was like what 4.5 hours playing both specs in a singular dungeon, I felt like Shadowpan was disappointing in what I got out of it. I feel like the burst didn't feel like the burst I was expecting. The outside of burst damage just felt fine. Like, it felt like standard Shadowpan, so I wasn't disappointed in that, like, outside of cooldown windows. It was inside the cooldown window. I just felt like I wasn't doing what I thought I'd do. I thought it'd be, like, crazy damage. It turns out it's just mid. Probably just playing it wrong. It could easily be enough. Whereas Shadowpan, whereas with Conduit, the burst is obviously still the burst, right? The burst feels amazing. Nothing really changed there. Not it got stronger, but it's outside of the burst windows. Conduit felt so good on every trash pack. Constant cooldown reduction, fast Fist of Furies, huge damage constantly. It just felt like really fun to play. So I'd have to say the winner of today, in my mind, is Conduit, and I don't even think it's close. Does that mean that Conduit's better? No, it doesn't mean Conduit's better. Don't take that as what I'm trying to say. I'm just saying it feels better from what I've literally tested, but It's just only the first day, right? Hopefully they both have use cases. Maybe it becomes a thing of Conduit doing more prio from Fist of Fury, and Shadowpan is better in uncapped AoE like priority. Yeah, potentially. I mean, like, realistically, this dungeon's not massive trash. Like, there's some pools that are quite big, but generally speaking, the pools are relatively smaller. Like, we're talking 5, 6, 7 mobs. Compare that to, like, your Priory, yeah, or your Cinderbury, where you're actually pulling tons of mobs. And that was my thought, right? I thought that I went in thinking Shadowpan will scale better, so it could just be a dungeon thing, right? Maybe it's just not the stronger one for this dungeon. Like, easily could be the answer, who knows? But yeah, tomorrow's raid testing, so it will be the first 3 bosses of the raid. Let me get them up. So it's these dudes here. We'll do Plexus Sentinel on Heroic. This weird looking goober over here. Pretty cool fight. Has an interesting intermission where you're basically going to be doing like a maze or something to get to the other side. So that's cool. Lumithar, Giant Moth. Interesting. And Soulbinder Nazindari. So these 3 bosses are available tomorrow on Heroic. So me and my guild are going to go in there and we're going to go test them out. And that will be, I want to say it's like 7 p.m. in the evening or something, my time, till like 10. So that's tomorrow's game plan. I might come on an hour earlier and do like just mess around a little bit more in this dungeon just before that, just to get things ready, get in the zone. But yeah, that would be it for me today. Interesting, good PTR session. Only 1 crash, only a few bugs, nothing Windwalker related, and dare I say it, my conduit hasn't cancelled once yet. So until further notice, the conduit cancel bug is fixed. It's probably not. Please don't go posting that online that the conduit bug's fixed. It's really probably not. But until it is, it isn't. Wait, what am I talking about? Yo, I got the big G mount last night. Could finally rest until Season 3. Thanks for all the Windwalker content. Definitely helped my gameplay. Hey, nice one, Hamp. Rocking the big G. Have you done it special? Special's really cool. If you do /mount... Is it mount special or something? Or... / I think it's mount special. It like breathes fire. Pretty cool. Pretty cool animation. But yeah, congrats on that, my dude. Yes, sir, it's dope. Yeah, thank you for all the follows today. Subs, just hanging out, lurking, watching, chatting, chilling. First of many PCR streams. So yeah, as I said, raid tomorrow, raid on Friday, raid on Sunday. And then I'm probably away for a week after that, but we'll get there when we get there. Yeah, thank you for tuning in, and hopefully I'll catch you for the raid testing tomorrow. That'll be really fun. I'll test both Shadowpan and Conduit. You get an hour each, basically. On every boss, you get an hour. So I'll probably spend, like, maybe half an hour messing around with Shadowpan, half an hour messing around with Conduit per boss, just to see how they both feel. So I want to get kind of, like, an overall idea. I don't just want to play Shadowpan for one singular boss, you know? Even if, let's say, Conduit absolutely sucks on a boss, and Shadowpan's going sicko mode, I'll still play... you know, Conduit for half an hour just to see if, like, how it feels, to get a good idea, you know? That's what the PTR is for. Yeah. Have a lovely evening, and hopefully catch y'all tomorrow. See you later, my dudes.